Welcome everyone for part 2 of the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee. It's been an all-day event for planning today. Just for delegations, I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manner, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting, interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, hate speech, or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations, please don't take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared from us, shared with us from our community members. And again, this is a formal public meeting to consider application under the Planning Act. If a person or public body does not make oral written submissions to the City of Kitchener before the proposed applications are considered, the person or public body may not be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to a hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal. So first up is the item 10.1, official plan amendment for Lower Dune land use study. I believe Ms. Goss, you are presenting first, and there are other staff in attendance for further questions. Okay. Whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is John Zunick, and I'm a Senior Planner on the City's planning team. I'm here to discuss the Lower Dune Land Use Study Implementation Project, and specifically the Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment application before you today. This report is one of many reports being presented to Council's consideration in 2023-24, which focuses on housing-related studies and initiatives. To date, Council has considered and approved Kitchener's Municipal Housing Pledge, the Missing Middle and Affordable Housing Study, amendments to the Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw to implement directions from provincial legislation, and a work plan for the 2-year Lived Expertise Working Group. Council has also been provided an update on Growing Together and inclusionary zoning. This presentation and report recommends amendments to the Official Plan and Zoning Bylaws to implement the recommendations put forward as part of the Lower Dune Land Use Study and approved by Council in March of 2021. The Lower Dune study area, shown on the screen, is the focus of today's proposed Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment applications. The study area includes the Conestoga College Dune Campus, Dune Valley Golf Course, the existing residential neighbourhood north of Conestoga College, and commercial lands south of Homer Watson Boulevard. The Official Plan Amendment application recommends approval of the following amendments: mapping amendments to Map 3, Land Use, 5, Specific Policy Areas, and 9, Cultural Heritage Resources, as well as text amendments to Sections 12 and 15 of the Official Plan. The purpose of the amendment to Map 3 Land Use is to redesignate the hatched area on the screen, shown as Area 1, from commercial to high-rise residential. The proposed change will implement as-of-right permissions for high-rise residential uses on lands identified along Conestoga College Boulevard. The proposed land use change directs growth to the city node at Homer Watson Boulevard and Conestoga College Boulevard, and allows for additional housing to be built in close proximity to Conestoga College. Additionally, 3 amendments are proposed to Map 5, Specific Policy Areas. These amendments include an administrative amendment to remove Specific Policy Area 16, the removal of Specific Policy Area 26, and the addition of a new Specific Policy Area 66. The Official Plan Amendment also recommends amending Map 9, Cultural Heritage Resources, to add the boundary of the proposed Lower Dune Cultural Heritage Landscape. Section 12 is also proposed to be amended to add policies that are specific to this geography. The purpose of the recommended zoning bylaw amendment application is to bring all properties within Lower Dune into the new zoning bylaw, 2019-051, and includes applying residential, commercial, institutional, and natural heritage conservation zones. The recommended zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to retain 5 existing specific regulation provisions, add 1 new specific regulation provision, and add 3 new holding provisions to select lands. The map on the screen illustrates the recommended zoning that is being brought forward as part of the zoning bylaw amendment application. The existing residential neighborhood north of Dune Valley Drive is proposed to be zoned predominantly Res 4, which permits 4 residential units on a lot, and Res 5. Select lands are also proposed to be zoned NHC 1, INS 1, and COM 1. Conestoga College's Dune campus is proposed to be zoned INS 2 Major Institutional, and lands south of Homer Watson are proposed to be zoned COM 2 and Res 7. This slide depicts a few of the examples of residential uses that are permitted within the Res 5 zone. This zone allows for uses including cluster townhouses, street townhouses, stacked townhouses, and multiple dwellings. The zone also has a maximum building height of 11 meters and allows for a maximum of 3 stories. In conclusion, staff are recommending approval of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications to provide for an appropriate range, variety, and mix of compatible housing types, introduce further missing middle, gentle density housing options, directing most of the growth within Lower Dune to the city node, conserving the city's cultural heritage resources, and implementing the recommendations contained within the Lower Dune land use study. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments demonstrate good planning principles and are consistent with provincial, regional, and city planning policies. Thank you.
Thank you, John. My speaking notes didn't identify you, only Natalie, so my apologies, but thank you for presenting, and I'm sure there will be questions of you to the committee. Please hold your questions of staff until we go through all the delegations, and we have a number. First person in person, we have Barbara Thomas. Welcome, Barbara. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation to the committee, and then there would be questions maybe afterwards.
All right. My name is Barbara Thomas, and I am opposed to the existing residential rezoning of Lower Dune without compatibility. I'm opposed to increasing the maximum height in Lower Dune. It should remain 10.5 meters. 10.5 meters is taller than most homes in Lower Dune. There are no 11-meter homes in Lower Dune. I'm opposed to more than 2 stories. Most of Lower Dune is 1 or 1.5 stories. There are no 3-story homes in Lower Dune. I'm opposed to backyard parking lots. 4-plexes, stacked townhomes, 3-plexes, lodging homes, they can all be built, and the existing heights can be respected, the existing setbacks can be respected, and the function of Lower Dune with driveways can be respected. Any new housing should be compatible with the existing housing. This is about the people that actually live in Lower Dune, the people that use Lower Dune every day. Section 3C1 in the Kitchener City Official Plan says, development within or adjacent to existing neighborhoods will be compatible with and respectful of the existing built form and character of the area. In every other residential established neighborhood in Kitchener, existing R3 and R4 neighborhoods, similar to ours, were rezoned Res 2 and Res 3. In Lower Dune, the rezoning goes the other way, to Res 4 and Res 5. The rezoning treats housing in all of Lower Dune, a small, historic residential neighborhood, the same as housing on major arterial roads. The proposed type of housing is the same as recently built housing found on Weber Street, Victoria Street, Ottawa Street, major arterial roads. This does not fit into Lower Dune. It is not respectful of the existing form and character of the neighborhood. Lower Dune is an established neighborhood. It is Kitchener's oldest neighborhood, with the first land deed signed in Kitchener by John Bean in Lower Dune. Lower Dune as a village has existed since 1830. There are Part 4 historically protected residences, and there are many century homes. In Lower Dune, the Lower Dune neighborhood still consists of mostly 1 and 1.5 story homes with driveways and cars parked in front of houses. There are already new proposed housing units for Lower Dune, and the proposed housing does not fit in. These new proposed box-like buildings of 3.5 or 4 stories will loom over the existing homes. The proposed extra half a meter allows for a whole nother story, which in many cases will appear as a 4-story building looming over a 1.5-story home. The proposal is to turn Lower Dune inside out. We currently have cars parked in front of our homes on driveways, extra cars parked up and down our streets. These driveways are not disappearing. Instead, the plan is to hide new massive parking lots in everyone's backyard. People will be looking at parking lots in their backyards, parking lots in their front yards, and cars parked up and down the street. 4-story box-like developments will be built on pavement pads surrounded by cars. Trees are planted according to city guidelines, not privacy considerations. It has been said that the new residences will be fitting under the tree canopy. Unfortunately, all the trees will be removed in the new rezoning to make way for large backyard parking lots. Lodging homes, stacked homes, they can all be accomplished within a framework of 2 stories. A 3rd story can be added in the attic. 10.5 meters is the max height and should remain. Existing setbacks should be respected, and no backyard parking lots. Century homes can be beautifully renovated instead of torn down. The character of Lower Dune can be maintained with thoughtful design considerations. A neighborhood should be designed for people, not cars. This model for intensification should be rejected in favor of a well-developed, respectful, thoughtful plan that respects our neighborhood character.
Thank you, Barbara. And right on time. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Barb. Thanks for coming out. How many years have you lived in Lower Dune? I don't know if you said that, if you did.
16 years.
16 years.
Yes.
And in the 16 years, you've seen growth,
Oh, yes.
houses, and it's your thought that we can still have more growth and more intensification without going up. There's still lots of room to bring in new families, more affordable housing, lodging housing if
Absolutely.
necessary. Just keep the height down.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Just keep the character.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. There's no one else. I just have a couple of questions. And I think you put forward a pretty articulate argument. You're saying you're not necessarily opposed to lodging homes.
No,
It's
they
just
exist
that
already.
It's happening there already. It's more intensified units
Sure.
as well. Now, part of the overall Lower Dune study does identify high-rise, but at the lower node,
Yes.
close to Homer Watson. You don't have any issue with that?
Not where they're rezoning R7, that's
Yeah,
fine.
you're okay with that?
Yeah, no, that's perfect.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Next, we have Dmitry Nenkov. Dmitry? No. Oh, okay, Nelson, yeah. Okay, so instead, Nelson Chukoma? And you know what? You had reminded me how to pronounce it properly, and I probably still pronounced it
You got it
wrong.
right.
It was better this time?
Yeah, it was better this time.
Okay, all right.
Through the chair, hello again, members of the committee. As always, I am Nelson Chukuma, president of Conestoga Students, Inc., or CSI for short. Thank you for having me once again, and I'm here to speak in support, this time in favor of the changes to zoning designations in the Lower Dune area. Now, as an organization that has been rooted in Lower Dune for 50 years, we are one of many stakeholders who have worked to ensure students are welcomed and become respectful members of the community through initiatives such as the Town and Gown Committee, the creation of the Student Living Guide, Tenant Rights and Responsibilities Education, and more. Today, the Lower Dune community is a hub for students to settle and pursue post-secondary education while living alongside long-term local community members. Now, as Conestoga College has grown its footprints in Lower Dune, students have not been able to find housing due to the opposition of a small and vocal contingency of residents who oppose many forms of new developments that are not single-family detached dwellings. As this opposition has continued and been compounded by a general lack of housing availability throughout both the city of Kitchener and the region of Waterloo, students continue to encounter challenges in accessing safe and affordable housing. Neighborhoods and communities should be developed to allow all community members to have options for where they want to live, and they should not be restricted to specific demographic groups. This includes ensuring a mix of residential dwellings, including single families, semi-detached, townhome, and apartments, to create diverse communities with various housing types and prices. By changing the zoning designations in areas that are currently Res 3 to Res 4 and 5, we can support and encourage gentle intensification that creates more housing and helps to more holistically integrate Conestoga students into the Lower Dune community. To further increase housing availability, we encourage the City of Kitchener to change the proposed designated commercial areas to mixed-use 3 zoning. In the original draft changes, the area south of Homer Watson Boulevard and surrounding Conestoga College Boulevard was designated as a mixed-use 3 zone. Now, while we support the transition of some of these areas to Res 7, allowing for high-rise residential buildings, we encourage the city to designate the remaining commercial lands as mixed-use 3. This designation will allow for further residential development in the future, ensuring that the Lower Dune community has the flexibility it needs to meet diverse community needs. CSI is pleased to support the proposed changes to the zoning designations in the Lower Dune area because these changes can help to achieve affordable and safe housing for students and the community while ensuring a cohesive neighborhood for all. Once more, I'm very thankful to have the opportunity to speak with all of you today on these important issues of shaping our communities, and thank you to staff who continue to be collaborative and engaging with CSI throughout these discussions, and I'm happy to have any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Nelson. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Thank you, Nelson, for coming to speak again. We met at the Town and Gown last week,
Yes.
And I asked you if there were any students that are currently looking for housing.
Yes.
And you said no.
Yes.
They are all housed, to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
So I'm wondering what the rationale would be to, if the existing residents who live in the Lower Dune part of the college side, what would the rationale be to go up high? Could we not just continue with Res 4 and intensify that way? When students need housing, there would still be housing. And with the 7, 8 across the road with the commercial and the residential, would you be happy with that?
I think we would, but the one thing to note is even though our students have housing, the distance to college varies. Just because all of them are housed doesn't mean they're housed close to the college or close to their part-time jobs. I've often met students who go to Conestoga College or are living in Toronto or farther away and have to commute to the campus regularly, spending lots of money just because they couldn't find affordable housing close to the campus. Even in newer development areas, I live in an area that is a newer development, and I see some of our students who are walking long distances just because there are no bus routes and there's no housing closer to campus. So although I do not know of any students who are not housed, the distance can affect their ability to be successful in academics in general.
Sure, but the new GRT bus stop that's going to go in there in the next year will make a huge impact for the students for transportation.
It will be approved in the next year. I don't know if it's going to take. Is it going to be ready by next year?
No, it'll come starting next year.
Yeah, so that will definitely help.
And there is GRT that goes out there now.
Oh, there is, but
was.
there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. My apologies,
It's okay.
Councillor Michaud. There is, and GRT has been working with us, especially with the approval of our UPass right now, to make sure that our students are able to get to campus. But it's still imperative to allow the neighborhood to evolve and still keep the aesthetics with the new approval of the zoning.
Sure, but we also want to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood as its original face. They've lived with the college for decades, and it's going to be like it could be a really nice place for both the students and the existing residents that have lived there for almost 20 years. But I do thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you for coming out again today. Question, the CSI, do you have dialogue with the local residents when concerns are brought up?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Does your organization have any dialogue with the local residents when there are concerns that are brought up on their end?
We are engaged, specifically our advocacy department has been engaged in those discussions with city and Lower Dune residents, and there's also the Town and Gown community committee, which we're a part of.
Okay, so if there are concerns brought up about specific students and/or homes where there might be some disturbances or garbage, or is it part of your mandate to go and speak to those students, that particular house, or is that just solely left to bylaw of Kitchener?
Generally, it is left to bylaw, but we have heard some of those concerns, and CSI and the college are working together to put together a list of resources and initiatives, workshops that we use to educate students, because a lot of the time education is just the issue and they don't know, and if they don't know, then I would say it's part of our mandate to educate them so that they can be better members of the community, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have any idea what the growth in numbers of students at the Dune campus is? Like, say, over the last couple of years, do you have those numbers?
I don't know the exact numbers, but I know we've increased to about 20,000 students at the Dune campus alone. And I know only a decade back or so, there were only about 8,000 students there, if I'm not mistaken. But I can get the numbers and get back to you with Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, and the projections of growth, right?
Yeah,
Because universities and colleges usually have those numbers.
Yes.
Right? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clancy.
Yeah, I thank you for coming forward and being that voice for students. I too have met many who have had to live really far out of town, and just feeling, I think if you're an international student and you came to study there, that's a different kind of welcome than you might have expected. But I did want to ask you, you mentioned a few recommendations you had to, even improving further the study or the recommendations. Well, can you repeat that?
Oh, yes, of course. It's just the commercial area south of Dune has been changed to, I believe, Res 7, but we were asking if they could be moved back to Mixed Use 3.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
There's a commercial component right before the Res 7 recommendation, and right now it's commercial only, and Nelson's recommending it to be Mixed Use 3, which is higher density. Thank you. Yeah, so actually that's a good segue to my questions. There's no one else. Nelson, that's... So we're hearing a varied opinion from the existing residents there, or those that have lived for some time in that neighborhood, are wanting some level of sensitivity to the growth density increase that's being outlined by this report. Mm-hmm. That is ahead of additional works that city is undertaking, like fourplexing, as-of-right triplexing, and as-of-right lodging that's underway as well. Yes. So you're recommending the commercial area to be mixed use 3, which you're saying that there needs to be more housing in that area. So if you can build on top of that commercial, it should be done so?
Yes, that is our recommendation. Even if we look at, I used to live in the Laurier block when they were transitioning from houses to high-rises, and one of the beautiful things that I've seen about it is they have mixed use as well. There's commercial spaces underneath a lot of the high-rises, and then there's residences built on top of them. That still allows businesses to come in and thrive, and it also sort of guarantees them a certain level of business if there are people living above them who will use those services anyways. Okay,
just as your input, in case there's a slight deviation from the recommendation of increasing to Res 5, which would be stacked towns or apartment, low-rise apartment, and instead keeping it Res 4, which would still accommodate duplexing, triplexing, fourplexing, lodging homes, so still density.
Yeah.
And do you think the extra height from the commercial to mixed use 3 and the Res 7 could accommodate the extra pressure and need for growth?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what, we'll ask staff later, the area that you're identifying that you think instead of commercial could be mixed use and allowing for higher density there as well, so we can get more clarity.
Awesome.
Thank you
so
very much for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Randall Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Randall Martin, and I've been a resident of Lower Dune for, I hate to tell you, 40 years now. Bought it when I was 16. I'm here. I'm opposed to the Res 5 proposal. Throughout the balance of Kitchener, firstly, the area that I'm concerned about, of course, is the residential area near the college, between the Creek College Golf Course and River. Throughout the city of Kitchener, those are 3 homes, and the majority of the build there is either R3 houses or there are 3 separate townhome developments. So I am opposed to the R3 being changed into a Res 5. Everywhere else in the city of Kitchener, as I understand, those Res 3s would have become, those R3s would have become residential 2s. And we're going dramatically different. The new builds, well, firstly, we're going to have who knows how long the time frame will be to create the new builds that might occur in a neighborhood where you overlay that type of zoning on top of the current build. But it'll be long and it'll be painful. I do not object to the lodging houses. I've come to accept them. They're there. They're not going away, whether you make them legal or not. Has little. I don't know what the difference will be, frankly. I know you've discussed licensing, and I don't know if you can get them all to account. I know safety is of a concern to the council. I wish you good luck in that endeavor. But I'm not objecting to the homes that are there that have been turned into lodging homes. I suspect they're not going back, although, frankly, over the years, one has. My next-door neighbor did. So, I just think there's no reason why we should be treated dramatically different. I know there's a need for student housing. I love the proposal for the Res 7 across the street. I know not all of my neighbors feel the same. I like the idea of more buses making housing further afield within the region available to their students. Frankly, I love my neighborhood, but there's not a lot there for young people. There's no nightclubs, there's trails and there's the river. If you like fishing, if you like biking, you like hiking, you're set. But if things I used to do as a student, there's not a lot of that anyway, so I think the busing is going to be great. I don't think the rationalization, for instance, that we need Res 4 and Res 5 in order that we can have lodging homes. I know that's currently the zoning that's required to have a lodging home, but you can certainly just pass a bylaw allowing lodging homes in any residential building in Lower Dune. And I would not object to that. I had more things to say, but Ms. Thomas covered most of it off for me already, so I'm here for your questions.
Thank you, Randall. Councillor Michaud.
Thanks, Randall, for coming out. It's great to see you and Barb out here supporting your neighborhood again. We had some discussion quite a while back about the transition of Lower Dune and how, young kids grew up there, the kids went away, it's all college students, and you've been through this, right? Over
Yes.
the years. And the last conversation we had in that vein, you'd said there's lots of young kids that have moved back, lots of young families, right? So it is kind of transitioning into a really nice community with the students and the families and the retirees like yourself. And there is a way to do this without more intensification than what is possible if with the Res 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Particularly, a couple of the townhouse developments have attracted a number of younger families.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you, Randall, for coming in. I'm sensing that perhaps what you're saying is that there's a bit of a disconnect whenever you say that there's not a lot for young people to do in the neighborhood right now. So you're saying there's a disconnect between the families and between the students that are there. Perhaps you can elaborate.
I'm not sure what you mean by there's a disconnect.
Different periods of life and...
Well, there's definitely different periods of life and, frankly, definitely different periods of the day between young people and older people, you know, in terms of when we go to bed and when we get up. But typically, you know, I'm not... Some of my other neighbors may have complaints, and they may be valid. Where I live, you know, there's parties for a week or two at the beginning of the semester. If it's warm, there's a party at the end of the semester. It's not a big deal to me. I don't have problems with noise where I live.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Randall, I must say that's kind of refreshing when we have people that may not be so comfortable with the change in their neighborhood, but they approach it as all or nothing. And you're not saying all or nothing. You're saying that, you know, they can be duplexing, triplexing, quads, and lodging, and that's, again, something that the city is undertaking a review and looking at as a right lodging as well. It's just increase of stacked towns.
Yeah, I see stacked townhomes back and forth and up and down as just inconsistent with the built form that's there now. And I rue the day. I see them on streets that were quiet streets and now become very busy streets, and that's where they typically seem to be built, and we don't have streets like that.
Okay. But keeping in mind, I think the way things are progressing, Conestoga College continues to increase its enrollment, and, you know, there's a lot of need for additional lodging. One of the recommendations has been, and I think staff are already moving in that direction, but at the end of the node, that it accommodate much more denser development, even high-rise, and beside that is being proposed as commercial. And one recommendation from a delegate before you was perhaps that commercial, which is still further away from the residents, could be mixed-use 3, which allows for commercial on the ground floor and still densification above, which could still be high-rise.
Yes,
is that a concern for you?
No, that's not a concern, and you have to, I don't want to sound like I'm such a gracious guy. Homer Watson is just such a break between where I live and where that proposal is. It's really, I hate to say it, but it's no consequence to me. It will not impact my lifestyle, and I appreciate that the students need a place, and I want them to have a place. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm very happy with that as a proposal.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a virtual delegate, Laura Jameson. Laura, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Jameson. I'm a planner with Zelenka Priamo Limited. We are land use planning consultants based out of London, Ontario. I am here this evening on behalf of one of our clients, Southside Construction Management. Southside owns a parcel of land on the south side of Homer Watson Boulevard, across the street from Conestoga College. Approximately a hectare of these lands are vacant, while the rest has been developed as an established commercial plaza with retail, fast food restaurants, and a gas station. Southside's plans for the vacant portion of the subject lands were to develop high-rise residential uses to provide much needed housing variety and to retain the rest of the subject lands as they are with the commercial uses. Southside has an established track record of building residential units, including rental buildings and affordable units across southwestern Ontario. We were pleased to see these lands were earmarked for mixed-use permissions in the draft mapping released in May of this year. However, the proposed designation and zoning presented currently has changed. High-rise residential permissions were granted to Area A1, as noted in the staff report. However, the vacant portion of the subject lands were excluded from those permissions and remain in a strictly commercial designation, which was not in line with the recommendations of the Lower Dune land use study. The area in question is vacant, unencumbered by existing development, and can accommodate significant intensification. There's separation from low-rise residential uses, and the existing commercial would not cause undue conflict with proposed residential uses. Residential uses can be further justified on these lands due to the need for rental housing for students of the neighboring college and the direct access to a well-connected transit station at a key gateway to the city. These vacant lands are an appropriate candidate for mixed-use development, and we believe that the city is missing an opportunity for intensification on these lands. We strongly encourage you to reconsider mixed-use permissions on these vacant lands. Thank you very much for your time. I am here to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Laura. Councillor Michaud.
I'd like to have some clarification maybe from the staff here, where exactly that area is on the map. I'm confused that Laura's referring to here.
Could staff, I think in the presentation it did outline it. Can we show it? Is there a way for you to show with the cursor? Do you want to repeat your question again, Councillor Michaud, just the area that you want identified?
The area that she was referring to, she called it A1, I think she said?
Okay.
Area 1?
Through the chair, the vacant lands that are being referred to are south of Homer Watson, immediately to the west of the existing McDonald's and Tim Hortons drive-through, right there, yes.
Okay.
Do they not butt up against a heritage area of cultural heritage property? Is that part piece, or am I way off here? I'm trying to get my bearings. There is a piece of land back there somewhere that is a cultural heritage piece of land.
So through the chair, it's the lands that are opposite Conestoga College on the other side of Homer Watson Boulevard. There's some vacant parcels there.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think you're saying on the other side, Dunes Drive? Are you saying?
The other side of Homer Watson.
Yeah.
By the McDonald's area, by the McDonald's Plaza. Okay.
With a cursor, do you see on screen?
So it's within the boundary of. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Did you have any more questions of the delegation, or? Okay, Laura, I don't see you on my screen, but thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
All right, just to take note by committee members that we have received numerous written submissions as well, so you may want to address that. All right, I'll take questions of staff. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. If staff could just share the implications of removing Res 5 from this planning document.
Keep your mic on, that'll be easier.
Through the chair, so the recommended zoning, and particularly the Res 5, align with a number of city official plan housing objectives, as well as objectives contained in the low-rise land use designation, which includes providing for a range of low-rise uses, including single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, additional dwelling units, townhouses, stacked townhouses, and low-rise multiples, among others. So what's before you really does seek to address a broad range of low-rise housing uses that are compatible with the existing land use designation, which is not proposed to change for the lands in question, which are the existing low-rise lands north of Conestoga College, and also aligns with other official plan direction, which seeks to direct growth to the existing built-up area, and particularly to the city node, which is an intensification area. So the recommended zoning really does get at providing the broadest range of housing that's permitted within the existing low-rise residential land use.
Okay.
That's
Thank
the
you.
answer.
Okay, that's the answer. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at the Res 4 and Res 5 difference here, and I'm not a planner, so forgive me. It's a little complicated. But there doesn't seem to be too much of a difference, but enough of a difference for the residents of Lower Dune. So I'd like to put a suggestion motion through that we remove Res 5 from this document.
I'll come to staff on a comment on that, and is there anything further? No, okay. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Singh. Just want to understand the rationale with Area 1 in particular. Why is that being changed from, I guess it's commercial to high-rise?
And just to the benefit of all the questions being asked, can we just keep that map on?
And that would be on the page that I'm referring to is 235. Yeah, right there where that is.
And your question was, why is it being changed from commercial to
Yeah,
Res 7?
it's being changed to Res 7, yeah.
Res 7 and commercial.
And your suggestion is mixed use 3, right?
Well, I'm just, yeah, that'll come later, but again, I was only asking a question of what is presented from the delegation. But
Through the chair, the recommended change to map 3 of the subject lands from commercial to high-rise residential seeks to implement a recommendation that was contained within the Lower Dune land use study, which sought to direct growth to the city node at Homer Watson and Conestoga College Boulevard, specifically high-rise residential and mixed-use development to the node. So that was a direction that was identified in the Lower Dune land use study.
Okay. Why aren't we looking at that whole section there where it's already zoned commercial but it has existing? Why haven't we looked at doing as a mixed use with mandatory to have commercial components to it?
so the entirety of that land's being mixed use 3 as opposed to Res 7 and then commercial.
Through the chair, the planned function of the city node, which includes all the lands south of Homer Watson Boulevard, as well as the Conestoga College Dune campus. So it is identified as a city node, which is a primary intensification area, with the purpose to primarily provide for commercial and institutional uses in the official plan. And city nodes do have a regional or city-wide orientation. They are intended to intensify and may include residential units, but their primary plan function is to provide for commercial and institutional uses.
Okay. As far as institutional uses, is there able to be residences on there?
Through the chair, the existing institutional land use and zoning does allow for residential uses that are in relation to the institutional use. So there's nothing that precludes residential uses from being added to those lands.
So why aren't we encouraging, I'm guessing the college owns the one right above, north of Homer Watson Boulevard and west of the college on Conestoga Boulevard. Why aren't we encouraging residential development there? Because if I look at the map, the whole map, I see the college has quite a bit of land available in the Cambridge side for any form of expansion. And what I see lack of commercial space or mixed use space throughout that whole, as one of the delegates said, there's nothing there. and I tend to agree.
So just as a clarity, I don't think staff are discouraging because it can allow residential above. But again, as a clarity to the question, it would be, does it have to be institutional only? Could there be more flexibility to that zoning? Go ahead.
So through the chair, I'll speak a little bit more to the land uses that are being recommended in the node. The node includes all of Conestoga College and the commercial and vacant lands on the other side of Homer Watson Boulevard. The institutional land use designation, sorry, I'm really echoey. The institutional land use designation and zone that currently exists on the college property and is proposed to be moved into the new zoning bylaw provides the most flexibility to the college to continue to do their academic function as well as residential permissions on all of their property, the vacant portion and the portion that's occupied by their campus buildings right now. The portion of the node adjacent to, so the opposite side of the college, the staff recommendation is to ensure that there is a commercial function that is maintained there. It is recommended that there is a commercial land use designation to certain lands that are currently functioning with a commercial use. One of the reasons for that is to ensure that the commercial uses that exist today on the site would continue to be permitted, and then residential is also permitted at such time as the property owners wish to develop it with residential. The form of residential in a commercial zone would be in a mixed-use building, which would ensure that some commercial function is maintained. The residential land use, high-rise residential land use proposed for Area 1 as shown on this map would allow straight-up residential as of right in freestanding residential buildings, would also allow for additional non-residential land uses as well. It's the degree to which we kind of play with or permit the commercial part and the residential part. The main difference between a mixed-use land use designation is that mixed use would suggest that, or would require both non-residential and residential land uses on a site and on a property all of the time. It would also render some of the uses, existing uses within the node as illegal non-conforming.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Singh. So I know that there have been a few community meetings held in relation to the proposal here. This is kind of aligned with Councillor Ioannidis' question. Has the college been part of that process?
Through the chair, the project team has had conversations with both college administration as well as the Conestoga Students, Inc. group.
So were they at attendance in any of the community meetings that you know of? Any representatives from the college?
Through the chair, I believe Conestoga College did have representatives at a number of virtual events as well as attendance from the Conestoga Students, Inc. group.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Singh. And I guess along that same line, I'm wondering about the consultation with, is there consultation with Cambridge too, to see, you know, what their plans are on that side of the highway, and even, I guess also the college lands over there as well.
Through the chair, the project team did not consult directly with the City of Cambridge, only with Conestoga College.
No? Okay. Perhaps it's a question I can also ask of the mayor. I don't know if that's something that we do in terms of conversations even with the college about what's happening on the Conestoga, Cambridge side, excuse me. Yeah, just in terms of whenever we take a look at the big picture, I mean, we're, you know, right up against Cambridge there with Conestoga, so I don't know if that's part of whenever we take a look at the big picture of what's going on at the college. Do we also ever talk with Cambridge?
So I can't say that we've had conversations with Cambridge, at least not that I've had them. I can't speak for staff with respect to the college's growth plans. I mean, as you know, the city also owns lands on that side in relation to the golf course on the Cambridge side. but the lands that the college has are purely theirs, and they would deal with Cambridge on that on their own.
Thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a bit confused, I'm sorry, because there's so many different maps, but is the, where are you proposing that we allow Res 4 and Res 5? And could you explain the difference between Res 4 and Res 5?
Through the chair, can we just change slides to slide 8? Oh, there. The Res 4 and the Res 5 zoning is proposed on the northern side of the study area, so north of the big blue area, which is the Conestoga College Dune campus, and that zoning is proposed to be applied on lands that currently have a low-rise residential land use designation. The main difference between the Res 5 and the Res 4 zones is that the Res 4 zone permits up to 4 units as of right, and includes single-detached, semi-detached street townhouses up to a maximum of 4 dwelling units per townhouse building, as well as low-rise multiples up to a maximum of 4 residential units. The Res 5 zone includes the same uses, but is a bit more permissive in that it also includes multiple dwellings without unit cap, and it allows for street townhouses up to 8 dwelling units per townhouse development, as well as cluster townhouse developments, which are only permitted in the Res 5 and Res 6 zone. So again, the Res 4 and 5 are permitted north of the college in the existing low-rise residential neighborhood.
And in both cases, it's a maximum height of 11 meters? Like the height doesn't change, it's just the number of units on the property? Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. The maximum building heights are consistent across Res 1 through Res 5, and that would be a maximum building height of 11 meters, as well as a maximum of 3 stories in height.
So the concern here isn't height, is that correct? It's number of units? I mean, I'm not quite sure why that would be so much of a problem. Okay, so that's one of my questions, but while you're figuring that out, is this, is what's being proposed here, is it within the cultural heritage landscapes area, or it's just outside of it? Or is part of it in and part of it out?
Through the chair, the cultural heritage landscape area itself does include 4 properties with residential zoning, as well as the city-owned Willow Lake Park. So that geography itself does include residentially zoned properties.
So looking at this map here, what parts of it are within the cultural heritage landscape?
Can we just change slides? I think a couple slides back. There we go. Thanks. So there are 4 properties. Let me see if this cursor can work, but there are 4 properties along Pinnacle Drive and Amherst Drive. A little up. There we go. So 4 properties that have residential zoning permissions that are proposed to be included within the Lower Dune CHL boundary.
Sorry, I'll just add through the chair in response to your earlier question, Councillor Chapman. It's our understanding from some of the written submissions and delegations this evening that the challenge being expressed is that the current height maximum within the existing 1985 zoning bylaw is that it has a height maximum of 10.5 meters. And under our new official plan and new zoning bylaw, that height maximum for low-rise residential areas across the city was increased from 10.5 meters to 11 meters.
So we're talking a difference of 1.5 or half a meter? And
that's correct.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. And that's all from Res 1 right up to Res 5. Okay, so I'm like...
It's all low-rise residential, right. Councillor Machota, you're up next. Yeah.
Thank you. If you could just clarify this, the half meter that you're speaking of, I'm sorry, but a half meter, a person couldn't even live in that space. And it's my understanding that that's a difference of a story, right? Like, is it, When you say 10 and a half to 11, in our minds, I think it's a half a meter, which is really not much, right?
So out of clarity, I think currently 10.5 meter would accommodate 2 floors. Would a 11 meter with a flat roof then accommodate 3 floors with a raised basement?
Through you, Chair. So when we developed our Crosby regulations, which we have now applied to most areas across the entire city, we were quite intentional with changing the maximum building height from 10.5 meters to 11 meters for all of our low-rise residential zones. And the intent of that was for 2 things: to allow a greater flexibility of building design, but also to allow a greater flexibility of roof design. Council may recall we had some proposals that people were proposing mansard roofs or doing unusual architectural features in order to manipulate to be within the zoning regulation. With the 11 meters across the entire city, that can accommodate a 3.5, I'd say 3 and about a quarter of a story dwelling unit. In reality, what we see a lot of is a 2.5 story where the basement are more livable units because they're half in the ground. They're able to have larger window wells and larger natural lighting into the lower units with a peak roof, and it's usually an asphalt shingle roof, and that needs to be about 11 meters to be accommodated. So we did hear the delegation, and it is true to say that not every house in Lower Dune has been developed to the maximum of 10.5 meters. We do recognize that, but this approach is consistent with how we've applied new maximum building heights across the entire city through the implementation of Crosby.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I'd like to just make a suggestion that this area is a lot different than across the city. It's the oldest area in Kitchener. It's got a heritage significant, worthwhile enough to designate a cultural heritage area. So what I'm saying is I think the residents of Lower Dune, want to live compatible with the college. They want to live with the students of the college and keep their area intact. And their concern, be it only half a meter, is a big enough concern for them to come as delegation tonight and ask that we take away the Res 5 and have Res 4 only in the Lower Dune area.
So I think for staff, because Councillor Michaud has addressed that she may be interested in bringing an amendment of removing or altering the staff recommendation for parts where it's proposed from Res 4 to Res 5 to remain Res 4 in its entirety in the Lower Dune study area. Can staff comment on that? Could that amendment in that way be addressed, or what would they need as a direction?
Through the chair, the proposed zoning is consistent with directions contained in the Missing Middle and Affordable Housing Study and permits the broadest range of low-rise residential uses that are consistent and permitted within that land use designation. It also reflects existing Res 5 permitted uses that are currently in effect in Lower Dune. However, should Council choose to direct staff to entertain Res 4 zoning, that would also be consistent with the intent of the low-rise land use designation and of the planned function of community areas.
That would still be in function to the study area, you're saying?
Through the chair, correct. It would be consistent with the existing land use designation.
Okay. I was asking for clarity so that Councillor Michaud can figure out how she wants to address that wording of just altering from a Res 5 to Res 4. But we have a number of other staff that may want to add to this. Mr. Reedman, go ahead.
Yeah, through the excuse me, through the chair, there are 8 properties that are currently occupied with Res 5 developments on them. And so you would technically be downzoning those properties if you voted to amend those to Res 4.
Because they already have existing zoning that was R6?
Correct, under the 85 bylaw, which becomes R5 under our new bylaw.
So in that case, then it can't be just as straightforward of changing everything to a Res 4, but it would have to be done in a way of property by property then. Okay. Just going to run through other questions, and you can give that a little bit more of consideration. I have Councillor Ioannidis, Deneau, Mayor Ravenovich, and Chapman. Yes. Go ahead.
Through the chair, so thank you for the discussion we've heard tonight. Mr. Reedman is correct. There are a number of properties that, from the old conversion to the new conversion, would have to be looked at more carefully. What I can share with council is that we do have some draft wording prepared that we could consider, which would allow us to leave those properties untouched and to reevaluate the properties that were R4 and R5 that have been looked at as Res 5 through this exercise. So we have been able to identify probably about 8 or so properties that would fall into that R6 to Res 5 scenario, which we don't want to downzone, and still be able to review the others and come back with some different information for council.
Do you have the wording prepared already?
Yes, our staff has that wording available.
Could you send that to the committee and so Councillor Michaud can take a look at that? Okay. Again, I was running through the list and that was staff was just going to be one of that. But again, I have Councillor Ioannidis, Deneau, Michaud, Chapman. Just a reminder, Councillor Deneau, have you spoken yet? Okay. Councillor Chapman, you have as well? Okay. Just wanted to make sure someone who hadn't spoken isn't being missed first. Councillor Ioannidis.
I think I figured out when the mayor said the golf course in Cambridge is ours, city property, correct? Okay. So the property I'm looking at Conestoga College, across from the highway, is a significant land. I don't know what their plan is for there, but it just seems like. Anyways, it looks like they have significant land holdings there.
Is that it? Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Singh. I just want to have a clarification. You had mentioned that an R4 is fine within the land space, or you were talking about land use, that it's under that purview?
Through the chair, correct. Both Res 5 and Res 4 are compatible and consistent with the direction in the low-rise land use designation.
Okay, so knowing that there's so much objection to this, why not just come with an R4? Why go for an R5? You know, it's most likely that if you brought an R4, most of these people wouldn't be here right now. So I'm just curious why it came as an R5 as opposed to an R4 when it's allowable.
Thank you. Through the chair, as part of the evaluation of which zones to apply, staff did look at a number of criteria, including the existing lot area, lot width, and lot depths, to see which zones could accommodate various uses permitted in the zoning categories. We also took into consideration transition considerations between Conestoga College's property and the adjacent low-rise residential neighborhood. Lands that were of a particular size and met the Res 5 regulations for a range of permitted uses within that zone were proposed to be zoned Res 5. And this also took into account properties that had the potential to consolidate along streets, such as Dune Valley Drive, that would provide additional transition between the Conestoga College property and the adjacent neighborhood. The remaining lots, which did not meet the criteria and regulations for the Res 5 zoning, but did meet the proposed regulations for Res 4, are proposed to be Res 4. So really it was a matter of properties that were of a particular size and width and could accommodate a range of permitted uses within Res 5 were proposed to be rezoned Res 5.
So trying to maximize as much as you can. Okay.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to my question about the height. So you're saying from Res 1 to Res 5, they're all 11 meters tall. And the only difference is the number of units you're allowed on each of those properties.
Through the chair, that is correct. So 11 meters is the maximum height that applies to Res 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, as well as a limit of 3 stories in height. Res 4 would allow for up to 4 units as of right, and Res 5 does not have a maximum unit count for multiple dwellings, but would be limited in terms of how many units could be accommodated in a townhouse dwelling, which is capped at 8. So, yeah, the main difference being Res 4 allows for up to 4 units, and then Res 5 does not have a maximum unit count for some permitted uses.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michaud, I see you ringed in. I think you're probably looking for... Okay. I know it's in the award, so I keep on giving you the extra latitude, but I think someone's going to challenge me on this one. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Singh. In this, as I look on the screen, I'm seeing, I think, Councillor Ioannidis, you refer to this piece of land. It's a large piece of land. I believe the college owns it. It's borders Homer Watson, Conestoga College Boulevard, and Dune Valley Drive. Do we know if the colleague from the college owns that?
Through the chair, that is correct. That parcel is owned by Conestoga College.
Okay, and we don't know at this point what they may consider using that land for.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, because I just want to be sure, like with such a large piece of land, I'm liking what I'm hearing about the Res 4, but in this case, on that piece of land, would that restrict us to just Res 4?
Through the chair, no. The large vacant parcel at the corner of Conestoga College Boulevard and Homer Watson Boulevard is proposed to retain its institutional land use as well as its major institutional zoning. So
okay.
it would have the same uses as the campus across the street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to give Councillor Michaud just a moment to review the wording that staff had suggested on that potential amendment as she sees fit to move forward. So if you could just pause for a minute. I mean, we don't have it moved. We don't know what the amendment is going to look like, so I think it's going to be presumptuous for us to start commenting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 5-minute recess wouldn't hurt, if that's okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start wrapping it up and getting back to the meeting. I'm not saying right this minute, but within the next minute or so. Just those that are in attendance, again, Councillor Michaud has recommended a potential amendment to the staff recommendation. We want to ensure that the wording of that amendment is correct, so we're giving her time to be able to liaison with staff to get that intent of her direction that is in keeping, or at least is comfortable what staff would then not recommend but would put forward. Are you ready? Okay, I think we are ready. Everyone seems to be setting back in their seats. Before I come back to you, Councillor Michaud, which if you can put forward then the amendment that you want to propose as part of the staff report we have ahead of us, and then we can have comments on your amendment. But before we go there, Councillor Orduni, you wanted to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. As the conversation continued on, realizing more and more, a piece of land that is part of a discussion in terms of changing of zonings affects the college, which is a place that I also teach at as a part-time professor. So I just want to declare conflict of interest and step aside for the rest of the conversation on this matter.
Okay, so your conflict has been noted. So when the item comes up, again, if it's a recorded vote by chance, then you would just vote under conflict button. But otherwise, your conflict has been noted. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you. And I also have, I guess I have a conflict of interest as my wife works at Conestoga College as well. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Again, we just sometimes we don't realize again what the subject matter, what we may relate to our personal direct or indirect conflicts. So the fact that you recognize it, thank you very much. So, Councillor Deneau, your conflict has been identified and noted. Councillor Michaud, to you.
I'd like to direct staff to do one more thing before I do this, if that's possible, to look into at the mixed use in the commercial node that a gentleman brought down from the college. Could they bring that back to the next meeting?
Yes, I think staff can provide more commentary. I never got to my own questions. We just went all over the place, and that was going to be something I was going to ask staff to do, but the fact that you're identifying it, that's excellent. So perhaps staff can comment on that.
So through the chair, we've heard the delegations tonight and we've reviewed the written submissions that speak to the request for mixed use permissions in that node. So staff are happy to take that direction away and report back next Monday.
So something I was going to dwell a little deeper into when I had my time to ask question is the fact that staff identify that the concern may have been that you don't want to down zone or make non-compliant of existing usages, of which some areas are already commercial. Understandable. But an MU3 zoning, as what was perhaps suggested, I'm not saying that has to be the only one, that does allow commercial on the main floor. Would that not necessarily keep the current usage in compliance? Just keep your mic on, yeah.
So through the chair, yes, it would.
Okay, so that's something that staff can take a look at as a hierarchy overview of before council.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Councillor Michaud. So that's been clarified. They will look at that. That will come back as part of council meeting. but now you have you know what, I'm going to go to Councillor Davey first before you do the amendment. I'm going to allow him to speak, and then at that point, I'm going to take a mover on the main motion, then I'm going to come to you for the amendment, and after that, I'll take comments on the amendment, and then comments on the whole motion afterwards. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I just had a brief conversation with staff. I don't think I'm going to ask them now. I'm not sure they have the answer ready, but what I'm really curious on too is the overall increase in density as a result of all of this versus the potential amendments. So if I can have that for when this comes back to council, then I would like to consider it then. Thank you.
So I think that's including if we were to proceed to go higher in some segment where it's only commercial now, but instead looking at an MU3, which could accommodate more density residential, and that would be the extra numbers that could be added to as a whole of density in that area. Right, Councillor Davey? Okay, good. Can I get a mover of the, okay, moved by Councillor Clancy. Now to you, Councillor Michaud, as your amendment. If you can read it out.
Thank you.
And I think if the clerk can have it up as well.
That city-initiated official plan amendment OPA 23013KJZ for the purpose of implementing recommendations contained within the Lower Dune land use study, including amendments to land uses, specific policy areas, and cultural heritage resources mapping and text amendments, be adopted in the form shown in the official plan amendment attached to report DSD 2023-434 as attached A, and accordingly forwarded to the Region of Waterloo for approval, and that city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 23-232-K-JZ to amend zoning bylaw 2019-051 be approved in the form shown in the proposed bylaw attached to report DSD-2023-434 as attached B with the following amendments. That the proposed Res 5 zoning be removed from all properties except those currently zoned R6 in zoning bylaw 85-1 with or without any site-specific provisions and be replaced with Res 4 with necessary site-specific provisions.
Yes, the meat of the amendment is the last paragraph.
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Good, that's been moved by you. Don't need a seconder. I'll take comments now. Councillor Michaud. Do you want to speak last?
I'll speak last, yes.
Okay, I'll come to you, Councillor Clancy.
Yeah, I guess my concern, I have various, it's just the density of housing we need. Conestoga has exploded, and I hope that we'll continue to talk with them, because I think, I don't know what the planning involved for the growth in student population. So I still would support the Res 5 across this area. I feel like low-rise fits with our missing middle focus, and it's still low, so it would fit into the neighborhoods. I know my neighborhood has a lot of 3-story small apartment buildings to add to the mix, because I just think we have to try to seek as much housing units as we can, but I do hope we can put pressure on Conestoga College to be more mindful of their expansion of students and then bring in line their own responsibility to provide housing on campus. I don't really see that, and I know that's what a lot of other universities are doing actively, and densification around those institutions. We haven't seen that in Conestoga, and that troubles me. And I know when I talk with students all across the city, they're trying to fit into every nook and cranny that they can. It's kind of alarming to hear of people's experiences trying to find a place to live. So, yeah.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, this is a question to staff. Whether we zone it Res 4 or Res 5, a developer could come along and say, okay, we want to build 6 stories on this property, right? And that would be something that you would consider. Is this, because it's not in the Heritage District, right? So, I mean, those applications would also be considered.
Through the chair, the existing low-rise residential land use and implementing zoning that's proposed before you would limit buildings to 11 meters in height or 3 stories. Changes above and beyond those permissions would necessitate a change to the official plan and would be dealt with through a separate development application process. So the low-rise land use and zoning would limit buildings to 3 stories.
Right, but you could amend the official plan and the zoning bylaws, right, at any given moment with
So
any
I think
application.
For clarification, Councillor Chapman is asking, technically anyone at a later point still could put forward a planning application to change the zoning and the official plan, with an official plan amendment for something to be Res 5, whereas being kept as Res 4, provided it's approved by this committee and council later. That it could still change to a Res 5 based on an application later.
Through the chair, that's correct. Private applications can be made to amend the land use and the zoning.
But that would be one-off basis as opposed to override change. Good? Okay. Came as a question, that's why I wasn't sure if you wanted clarity on. Otherwise, we should have stopped you if it was a comment. So, Councillor Brvenovich, sorry, Mayor Brvenovich.
Thanks. Just one question before I make a comment on the recommendation, if I can. Can we would it be a big deal to pop that map back up? Sorry, Ms. Sun.
Which one?
The colored one.
The good one, as Councillor Deneau has said.
That one, yes. So I just want to be clear. So our golf course lands, so the Res 5 that's right at the end of Dune Valley Drive, the big piece, there's kind of a little piece and a big piece. Yeah, that one. Is that, what's there now? Is that empty? Is that, yeah, those two little, yeah, the big one there. The big one, yeah, that one. No, you had it.
Right there,
Yeah,
is
that
Res
one,
5.
yeah, and the little piece to the right of it.
Through the chair, the larger piece where the cursor is right there is an existing
row homes
cluster townhouse development with current R6 zoning, which is equivalent to the Res 5 zoning.
So that would be one of the pieces that's not covered off in the amendment, correct?
The amendment states that anything that is R6 would remain a Res 5.
Yeah, so just, and then the little piece that's beside there?
Through the chair, that piece where the cursor is would be proposed to change to Res 5 and is not part of the cluster townhouse development.
And is there a residence there now, or?
Through the chair, yes.
And then after that, we get to our property?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, like, in principle, I agree and can support where Councillor Michaud's going, but I'm just wondering, in light of that little sliver and everything around it already is going to stay Res 5, would it not make sense that that little piece that's already surrounded by Res 5 would stay Res 5 as well? So we can put the cursor back on the little piece? That little piece, yes. Yeah, but it's all surrounded by Res 5.
Did we receive comments from that property owner?
No, right, I get that, but I'm just saying it logically doesn't make sense if you're all surrounded by Res 5 to put that one down to Res 4, in my view, anyway. I don't know if staff want to comment on that? Okay. Yeah. Unless staff want to comment on that.
Staff, would you want to comment, or would we then just amend the amendment? Well, we don't even know the property address.
So through the chair, the property address, according to our records, is 400 Dune Valley Drive. It's currently zoned R3. At the direction of council, we could entertain that would remain as proposed, which would be Res 5.
So that's what you're proposing, what you were proposing anyway.
So when we do this, I'm sorry, and I think we have to be conscious of this. There are others that were perhaps okay with that Res 5 zoning, And the fact that we're picking out one property that is not, other than something that's already been built, which makes a reasonable rationale, could that open us up for arguments from landowners that were happy to have it upzoned to Res 5, and now through the amendment, it would be kept as a Res 4? I don't know if staff can openly answer to that.
So through the chair, the amendments that are in front of you this evening, under the Planning Act, they have a right to appeal. They have a right to appeal whatever council decides.
What I'm saying is right now we're picking out one property out of everything that's already perhaps built up, and so that's where the concern that I'm trying to identify as.
So through the chair, council would need to add the clause that you added earlier this evening to a previous application to waive further notification requirements.
Okay, good.
So, and through the chair, if I may add, I think I understand what you're saying, Chair Singh, and in terms of speaking about a consistent approach to whatever council decides to do tonight and having a consistent rationale for the path forward. So I think that message has been received by staff, and we understand and agree with that.
Okay. All right, so if your amendment can take note to, I guess, the property that's been outlined by Mayor Vivinovich. Oh, that's already been added here. Thank you. That's diligent. Okay, I'll come to you as a comment, Councillor Michaud. Or Councillor Chapman.
I hate to do this, but we've got some information that we're waiting to hear back from, right? The number is increase of students over the next, the projected and what it's increased over the past few years. We've got an interest in knowing, by upzoning these areas, what would the increase in density be? So is this something we should defer until we get that information?
That's your prerogative.
Okay, I'd like to propose that we defer this motion until, or this amendment, or this motion, I guess the whole thing, until we get the information that has been requested.
Okay, any comments on the timing and on deferral? Mayor Vivinovich.
Well, I guess I'd look to staff for comment on it, but we know this needs to come back to council anyway, so I would suggest if the deferral is to next Monday, I can support that. I'm not sure that we need to defer it beyond that. In principle, I support this. There's no issues in my mind I'm prepared to vote on it tonight, but I would suggest that we shouldn't be deferring it beyond next Monday when it would normally come to us anyway, because I think, there's folks, let's not lose sight of the fact there's a ton of stuff coming forward in the next while, and staff only have so much capacity.
And I think staff have already said that they can get the information required for council.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, though, we don't want to extend it beyond next Monday when it would normally come back anyway.
Agreed. So, Councillor Chapman, you moved a deferral motion? Okay. So because that takes precedence, comments on the deferral and timing. Councillor Michaud.
I'm a little disappointed. I think that we've been through this whole process here for the last hour or so, and we've made it perfectly clear that we're doing everything we can to help Conestoga and the student housing situation. I don't think that changing an R4 to an R5 is going to make that much difference. I don't think it's. What I would like to know is how much land that the college owns could house students. Maybe that's a question you should be asking, Councillor Chapman. But to defer this for that information when nothing's going to change, you're asking staff to do more work, and we're still going to wind up with the same answer, the same vote.
With that deferral motion, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is declined. So we're back to the amendment as further amended. That's before us. Councillor Michaud, Councillor Davey, do you want, because Councillor Michaud has asked to speak last. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak briefly on it. I do think some of the information coming back is important, but at the same time, I think it's probably important to vote on it now for the benefit of the folks that are here to see the likelihood and which way we're leaning. It's pretty rare for me to be questioning increased density in light of a housing supply crisis, but the reality is I'm trying to reconcile this study with the item we just dealt with in terms of the lodging homes and the implications that will have for the Lower Dune area. And I specifically asked for the density information because While the recommendation from the ward councillor may be slightly lower than staff's recommendation, it sounds like the overall increase is quite significant and addresses some of the housing supply issues. So I'm looking forward to that information, but I will certainly be supporting the amendment put forward by Councillor Michaud.
Mayor Ravenovich.
Thanks. So I will be supporting the amended recommendation that's before us this evening, and want to thank, number one, staff obviously have put a whole lot of work into this. Number two, the residents who have engaged in a significant way. And, you know, I think where we're at is largely because of two things. Number one, their engagement in the process and you know, are being reasonable and articulating well some of the issues around the neighborhood. But the second reason, quite frankly, where we are in the process is because of the work that I know that Councillor Michaud put into all of this. From, you know, the point that she was first elected, this was an issue and a priority for her, and so I want to acknowledge that work and effort in that regard. In doing all that, I also do want to acknowledge the college, because, folks, the college has been an integral part of our community for 56 years now. As you know, it started in the city of Kitchener and has grown to be a significant post-secondary institution that's not only benefiting our community, but benefiting a number of communities throughout southern Ontario. And as that happens, and obviously the college model has evolved over those last 56 years, and at the end of the day, they have been, and in my mind, continue to be a strong and important partner for our community and our city, particularly at a time when we need a lot of people in the roles that, quite frankly, the college is training people for. And whether that's skilled trades, whether that's people in health sciences or in other areas, the college is playing an integral role in that. And so, you know, we need to remain focused on that relationship and remain focused on seeing, you know, them working collaboratively with us in the neighborhood as they have and as they will continue. And quite frankly, at times, you know, work with them to lobby the provincial and federal governments on some things that fall within their purview. And help get some necessary changes. I mean, one of the, you know, I know one of the things that they've often has been raised has been the housing situation, but we can't lose sight of the fact that the college model in Ontario was never built for colleges to have to deal with housing. That's not something to blame them for. That's the way the model was built provincially. The university model was built differently and had funding mechanisms in place to support that. And so I just think it's important that we don't lose sight of that context as we consider this. But well done on everyone's part, and happy to support this.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you, Councillor Michaud, for bringing up something that I feel that the residents that you represent will appreciate. But more importantly, I just want to reiterate some of what the mayor had mentioned. I have no doubt in my mind that the college brings a valuable asset to our community. What I don't appreciate at this point is we've come up with a plan, a Lower Dune study, and I see nothing from the college and what their vision is or anything like that. And that's where I think they could have stepped up and put forward something that, you know, for me, all I see is vacant land, and I'm seeing others that are stepping up to the plate, and I'm not saying they're not, but I mean, if they just came here with a vision, I think it would have been much more appreciated from my perspective.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. There's no one else, so I'll come to Councillor Michaud. Before that, I'll just quickly say my part. This has definitely been challenging and kind of, you know, confusing in between of figuring out which way to go. But this is in recognition of I think the good work that the ward councillor has done in speaking and consulting with the residents and figuring out the right solution. And I think I said this to one of the delegates, far too often, a lot of times delegates come and they're resistant to any type of change. I think the residents of Lower Doon are recognizing that this is beside a college, and there will be some density. There will be lodging homes. There will be multi-units that accommodate varying type of housing stock, but they're not wanting something too substantively different than what they're used to living in. They don't want too much compaction in their neighborhood and streets. And that too, being said, they're okay with somewhere where it can accommodate, which is on the other side of Homer Watson, which would be towers. Res 7, we don't have a height limit, so it could be as tall as someone really wants to make it, which is great for us because we need the housing, which is something that we would hope would happen because we want students to be housed closer to the colleges there. So they're showing flexibility on their part, and I think this is just a sense of collaboration overall, and hopefully one of the delegates from Conestoga Students, Inc., from their recommendation that perhaps, you know what, maybe we're underzoning a little segment of it that can accommodate the commercial and higher density above that. I think it just listens and reflects all the voices that we have heard from. Now with that, back to Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. First, I want to thank staff. Honestly, it's a thankless job you do sometimes. I really think you work so hard, and this has been going on for 5 years, I think. So the people before you, we started this. It's nice to see it finally come to fruition, and I really appreciate all the hard work you did, both with the behind the scenes and the public meetings that you held, the walks you went on with residents. It's just commendable, so I really appreciate that. I want to thank the residents for coming out tonight and all the other residents that might be online watching this. It's a very dedicated group of citizens in Lower Doon who love their community, and they also work well with the college and the college students. I think there's been some frustration, as there would be with any place where you live with young adults full of fire when they start school. It's just the nature of the beast. But I think that this proposal here tonight will, settle things in Lower Doon, hopefully, and we'll be able to continue on my goal when I first started this council was to, create a beautiful Lower Doon where the students and the residents can live harmoniously and just continue to grow. So thank you so much.
Okay, the Councillor Johnston.
Just wanted to ask for a recorded vote whenever we get to that point, please. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready. And just with the noted conflicts as well. We're voting on the amendment first. You would vote the conflict button. Yeah. All right, with the noted conflicts, and that is approved. And now back to the amended motion as moved by Councillor Clancy. Still recorded? Yeah, okay. And with the noted conflicts. There you go. All right, and that's also approved with the noted conflicts. Thank you, everyone, and this would now go on to council for it to be ratified in council. Okay. We are moving on to item number 10.2 without just a 2-minute break. Okay, if you can start taking your seats, please. We have a very long night ahead of us. Okay, once more, we're moving on to the official plan amendment application, zoning bylaw amendment application for 1198 Fisher-Holman Road and Activa Holding, Inc. We have Tim Seiler, a senior planner. Tim, I think you are making a presentation first. And we have, of course, our other staff in planning in attendance as well. Whenever you're ready, Tim, please proceed. Your mic's on.
Yep, thank you. Good evening, Chair, Mayor, and members of Council. Before you is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the subject lands located at 1198 Fisher-Holman Road, proposing a mixed-use development containing 2 towers, one 14 stories and the other 22 stories, which will contain a total of 373 residential units and commercial units on the ground floor. The subject property is an irregular-shaped lot which has frontage along Fisher-Holman Road and Bleams Road. The site is currently occupied by one single detached dwelling. The site is surrounded primarily by low-rise residential dwellings with some commercial uses directly across Fisher-Holman Road to the west. It should also be noted that the corner property located at 1200 Fisher-Holman Road is not part of this application. That property has received conditional approval for a 33-story building within the as-of-right zoning. The property is located within an urban corridor in the city's urban structure within the official plan. Also of note, the lands on the east part of the property have received conditional site plan approval for 138 residential units in the form of townhouses and stacked townhouses. As noted, the subject lands are located within the urban corridor within the official plan. The planned function of urban corridors is to provide for a range of retail and commercial uses and residential intensification opportunities. Urban corridors function as the spine of a community as well as a destination for surrounding neighborhoods, strengthening the linkages and establishing compatible interfaces. The lands are designated as Mixed Use 2, which is the purple lands, Medium Density Residential 1, the orange, and Low Rise Residential, which is the yellow. The development of this application only pertains to the lands within the Mixed Use 2 designation, which is the purple. And as you can see, there's a line splitting the property to show the Phase 1 side on the right and the Phase 2 side on the left. The Mixed Use 2 designation is generally intended to provide commercial and office uses, along with residential that is at higher densities than the surrounding area, while achieving a built form that is compatible, accessible, safe, and efficient for all modes of travel. Permitted non-residential uses include retail, office, personal services, restaurant, and other compatible uses. The UG that's shown in the circle represents an urban green space, which is provided on site within the center of the property. Here's a summary of the proposed amendments before you tonight. To change the official plan designation from Mixed Use 2 to Mixed Use 2 with Special Policy Area 6. Special Policy Area 6 will permit an increase in FSR to 6.3 and a building height of 22 stories. And to change the zoning designation from Residential 6 Zone, R6, to High Intensity Mixed Use Corridor Zone, MU3, with Special Regulation Provision 806R and Holding Provision 111H in Zoning Bylaw 85.1. Special Regulation Provision 806R will allow for an increased floor space ratio of 6.3, increased building height of 22 stories, a minimum yard setback abutting a residential zone of 7.3 meters, a street line setback of 2.4 meters, and a reduced parking rate of 0.8 spaces per unit, with 4% of the required parking spaces being shared between visitor parking and residential uses. Further, bicycle and electrical vehicle parking will be required at the rates within Bylaw 2019-051. Holding Provision 111H is required to ensure matters related to an updated noise study are addressed to the satisfaction of the Region of Waterloo. So this slide shows the proposed concept site plan. As you can see, the area to the right, or the east side of the property, is showing the conditionally approved townhouse units. The area in blue is where the site-specific regulations will be implemented. This shows the 14-story building closest to Rockwood Road, with the higher 22-story building pushed closer to the Fisher-Hallman and Bleems roundabout. So we have an opportunity here tonight to redevelop an underutilized parcel of land with a new compatible development that aligns with the official plan. This development will diversify housing stock and provide additional housing choices within the community. Furthermore, it will introduce a new compatible building form to the neighborhood while contributing towards a complete community. In conclusion, staff are supportive of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, as they are consistent with policies of the provision of policy statement, conform to the growth plan of the Greater Horseshoe, the regional official plan, the City of Kitchener official plan, and represents good planning and are in the public interest. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Tim. Next up, we'll hold our questions of staff until after we hear from all the delegations. And first up is Pierre Chauvin with MHBC Planning, and I think speaking on behalf of the proponent, and Rachel Wolf is in attendance as well in case there are additional questions.
Saying, members of the committee, Mayor Bogdanovich, members of the public, my name is Pierre Chauvin with MHBC Planning, here on behalf of the applicants Activa Holdings, Inc. I'm here in support of the staff recommendation, and I do want to thank Mr. Seiler for his presentation. He's done an excellent job summarizing the application. I just have a few slides to augment what Mr. Seiler has provided. Just in terms of context, the site, as staff noted, is within the Rosenberg plan. This is a growing area of the community. Fisher-Hallman is under construction, as we all know. Roundabout was just built last year at Bleems and Fisher-Hallman, with planned improvements along the corridor in the next coming years. We've shown here in white is the sort of the growing subdivision that's planned by Max Becker and others, as well as other planned developments in the community, all within walking distance, including a number of community facilities, schools, employment, as well as recreational facilities. So not to mention the High Express transit route and other bus routes on Fisher-Hallman. This is just a advantage of the same surroundings, looking sort of north along Fisher-Hallman, with the properties in the foreground. Again, the Phase 2 lands, or the subject lands subject to this application, are outlined in red. And as Mr. Seiler noted, the corner parcel is already approved for 33 stories. There are a number of other developments approved on the Sunfish Plaza lands to the immediate south of us, on the south east corner of Bleems and Fisher-Hallman, for about 14 stories. The Max Becker subdivision has 16 stories approved. So there is already considerable density approved in the area, and will continue to grow. Again, similar, different vantage point looking southerly along Fisher-Hallman, with a number of the different amenities in the surrounding area in terms of commercial uses along Fisher-Hallman, as well as the employment area and Huron Natural area on the left-hand side and further south east of this property. In terms of the development, you've heard that it's a combined with a Phase 1, which includes a number of townhouse dwellings. This is a comprehensively planned site. This particular application relates to what we call Phase 2, which are these two towers of 14 and 22 stories, sitting on a 4-story podium, which is effectively all fronting with the commercial at grade with residential above, which is hiding the parking structure within the podium. There's a large central community space. You'll recall in Mr. Seiler's presentation, there was a green area identified in the Rosenberg plan. This is on the lower right-hand image, is that green central space. This is a view looking from the podium of the proposed apartment, and it'll serve as the amenity space for not only the apartments but also the planned townhouses on the site. Again, the proposed parking that's being reduced is a slight reduction supported by staff, but it is also intended to support transit, which is main focus of the Rosenberg secondary plan. Now my slide is not advancing. There we go. This is just putting the same site plan that Mr. Seiler had up in a rendered form. You'll see again, this is a part of a comprehensively planned site, whereby phase 1 is already site plan approved, and this phase 2 will benefit from the proposed access that will be constructed through phase 1. There are 3 points of access, one off of Bleams, with a left turn lane contemplated off of Bleams, as well as a full movement access off of Rockwood, which is on the north portion of the property, and a right in, right out off of Fisher Hallman, which is underneath the podium, and you'll see that image on the lower left-hand side, sort of a view looking through that driveway to that common amenity space central to the site, which is a nice focal point to development. We've included some images of some of the townhouses just for information, but again, it's very well appointed design, and the proposed towns or proposed apartments will complement the design that's contemplated for the balance of the site. Next slide. I feel like I'm in pre-COVID time. These are just, again, some other renderings of the proposed development. On the left-hand side are along Fisher Hallman, and then to the far right-hand side as a bird's-eye view from Fisher Hallman with Rockwood in the foreground. So we've tried to step the buildings to the lower-rise residential uses north of Rockwood, and we've ghosted in that 33-story apartment in the background that's already conditionally site plan approved. Next slide. And I won't go over this because Mr. Seiler did an excellent job on that. This is just summarizing our requested amendments, and I think that ends my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Just curious, rentals or purchase for the properties, for the townhouses and or apartments?
This will be, through you, Mr. Chair, this will be condos, so purchase at market rate.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much. I get very excited whenever anything pops up in Ward 5. It wakes me up. I'm just very excited. Although I'm looking at the number of units, the 3-bedroom, in comparison to the 1 and 2 bedrooms, from the conversations and the many people that I get to meet in Ward 5, there's just a dire need for larger because of the number of families that are either moving in or looking for a place like this. I just wondered if there was an opportunity to be able to review that and see if that number could go up, especially around the 3-bedroom units area.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to summarize for others that there are 12 proposed 9 3-bedroom units proposed in the phase 2 currently. That can change for sure. We're still very much early stages of the design of that building. Having said that, the phase 1 development, which consists of street towns, stack towns, there's about 54 3-bedroom units in there and 12 4-bedroom units in phase 1 alone. So comprehensively, there are a lot of 3- and 4-bedroom units already contemplated for the entire site. But we hear your point, and certainly we'll be looking at, again, it's still early in terms of the floor plates that are being designed for these apartments, and certainly we'll be looking to encourage to have more 3-bedroom units.
Okay. The second area that I just wanted to speak to was around lowering the number of parking units because of proposed the transport service coming around that area. And my concern with that is, and maybe perhaps staff could also comment on this later, but my concern around that is the frequency of the bus service that goes through that area, and the concern that people tend to have as well around safety issues, and especially on Bleams and Fisher Hallman. That's probably the #1 concern. People walking around the roundabouts and the concerns of danger. around that. Any thoughts on that as well in terms of parking?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it's a great question in terms of pedestrian safety for sure. Roundabouts are always they're a challenge to navigate from a pedestrian standpoint. Having said that, from a transit perspective, we have a transit stop right on our doorstep along our frontage on Fisher-Hallman and on the opposite side of the road. So this type of development, this community, the Rosenberg community, is still developing. There are very few sort of high-rise developments currently built, as you know, along Fisher-Hallman corridor. However, there's a lot planned to come, and hopefully this will be the beginning. And as you build, the transit service and ridership will increase, and that's really what we're counting on in terms of that ridership and that's what the region and the city counted on when they developed the Rosenberg plan, and the designations that are contemplated is to have a higher ridership, transit ridership. And so that's exactly what we're providing, and I think in addition to that, in addition to providing direct access to the transit from having right at our doorstep, we're now also providing other multi-modes of transportation by encouraging bicycle storage, indoor bicycle storage, and those types of things as well. So we think, now the last point I also want to make is we are actually oversupplying parking in phase one. We're actually at a rate of 1.5 per unit. So with about over 40 visitor spaces. And there's also commercial space contemplated in phase one. So on the off-peak hours, as well as the additional visitor space in phase one, we believe we've got enough to cover at least everybody with one space.
I know my time is up, but may I squeeze in one more question, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
From, driving through that area, what is eventually going to happen? A lot of trees are going to be gone when you're building this. Do we have any plan in terms of tree replacement?
Absolutely, through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, there is a requirement, obviously, to within the boulevard trees, within the city's boulevards, there's a requirement of a certain ratio within a distance that will be accommodating. But overall, through the site, there will be a lot of new trees planted through the site planning process. We've got a detailed landscape plan already approved for phase one, which I don't know the exact number of plants, but it's certainly a very high quantity, higher than what existed prior to our development. And I just also want to note that on the podium there'll be a green roof, or a landscaped green roof on the fourth level on the top of the podium of phase two. So overall, I think it'll definitely be more than what existed today in terms of tree coverage.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Clancy.
Yeah, just curious if there's an effort to build sustainably and affordably. These seem to be the biggest needs we have in our city, and just hoping always for some thoughtfulness and leadership in that area.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair, it's always at the forefront of my clients' design expectations. Currently, phase one has some LID implemented in it in terms of infiltration galleries within and throughout the site. Again, we're not there yet in terms of the apartment design, but it will be energy efficient and to a high standard. We'll be looking at bird-friendly design and all those kind of things. At the core of it, though, in terms of back to some of the comments we heard about transit, it is a transit supportive density, which will encourage other forms of vehicle movement that isn't auto-centric, which will help reduce help reduce greenhouse gas emissions overall. So, but again, as we work through the site plan approval process, we'll be finessing those sustainability measures.
That'd be great. I hope you consider, heat pumps, for example, or alternatives to cement. And perhaps maybe you could encourage your partners to think about the funding options for affordable housing, so we can continue to partner to have more options. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I had a similar question, but mine was more directed at geothermal. I don't see in the report anywhere that says it can't be done on this property. Is that right? maybe staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not typically where those restrictions apply is where we're within a wellhead protection area, and we don't have that restriction here.
Oh, you don't?
No.
And is it something you would consider?
It's something to be considered for sure. And again, we're still at early stages of this development. Once we get through this stage, we'll be looking at sort of those alternative heat sources.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. If you don't mind me asking, I don't recall Activa doing this scale of built form for certainly not in the city of Kitchener. Is this a different tact for them, or have they done this elsewhere?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is relatively new. We do have a 10-story apartment proposed on Huron Road. There are sort of other mid-rise buildings they've built in Waterloo. 6 stories, 6 to 8 stories has been their average. This is, I would say, the tallest. Having done a lot of their work for them for many years, this is probably the tallest building they'll ever do. So it is new for them. But I think they realize this is obviously the way of the future, and we need to grow up and build up and intensify. And they certainly want to see, they've certainly want to fulfill that objective. So.
Excellent. I'm happy to see it, especially from a trusted member of the community here. Do you mind if I ask, when did you first put the application in for this? Do you remember roughly?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't recall offhand. Maybe Tim knows offhand.
Yep. So through the chair, this application came in mid-July.
July, okay. And yeah, I'm just going to ask one more question, and that is just if this is approved, do you have an idea of when they would expect to break ground?
Yeah. Having been here before, I was expecting that question. So yeah, we're focusing on phase 1. And that's under, like I said, we're very close to final site plan approval on that, and we'll be breaking ground in the spring for that site. So you'll be seeing some earth moving around next spring on phase 1. If we get approval on this, we'll be moving as quickly as possible for site plan approval, and starting on Tower A, which is the lower tower, and then Tower B. So the lower, probably within 2 years on Tower A, and then another 2 years after that for Tower B.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, that seems to be the questions of the committee. I have some of my own, being the ward councillors. You can understand that there's been a varied, this is in Ward 6, but on the other side is Ward 5, so, but you can count yours, I don't mind, as long as you support me. So we have received some varied concern, understandably. This is density that this area has not seen before. I get that under the Rosenberg plan, high density is as part of the official plan that's added, especially in that corner property, as well as on the other side of Beleams as well. What is the current zoning of this parcel?
Well, the current zoning is R6, so
R6.
residential 6.
So that's low-rise stacked towns. That's what it would accommodate.
Basically, yeah.
And phase 1 is moving forward with that same zoning, low-rise towns.
That's correct.
Okay. And what's the distance from Tamvale, the rear of those properties, to where phase area 1 would start? What's the setback?
To phase 1?
Mm-hmm. From the rear property, so the rear end of properties in Tamvale, facing towards the proposed development, and from their property line to the beginning of Area 1?
Well, the development in phase 1 has about a typical 7.5 meter rear yard to the lots on Twomley, or not, yeah. I'm not sure if
more than the 7.5 meter years.
You're referring to phase 2, which is the apartments? That's
phase 2, sorry.
Okay, that's why I thought that's where you're. So it's over 150 meters away.
150 meters.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's adequate setback from at least properties facing the towers.
That's correct.
From the bulk of the residents on Ehrenbrook. So I'll outline 2 of the main concerns heard. One is the Tower 1, which is a 14-story. That's right off of Rockwood. It doesn't have considerable setback from the roadway, and there's low-rise residence right across, as well as then across the street from, I guess, Rhyme Street, those properties would face that tower quite close proximity as well. As opposed to Tower 2, which is set further out, closer to where the C1 zoning is, the 32 already site plan approved 32 stories. And again, across the street, you have the commercial properties, and then on the other side into Ward 6, again, as I asked already, there's a substantive setback of 150 meters. So it insulates that neighborhood somewhat. The biggest impact is going to be Rhyme Street and residents on Ehrenbrook Crescent and Rockwood. I had asked this question of staff. I don't know if that percolated back to the, as part of the application, was could there be a reorientation of the two towers, whereas instead of the 14 stories, it could potentially be a mid-rise, 8 stories, and then offset those 6 floors onto the 22-story tower?
Well, it's a great question, and it's something we haven't quite explored in terms of the economics of doing, sort of reducing that, because as I said earlier, the plan is to build that tower first and then move to the next tower. It does, the way it's designed now with the 33-story at the corner, stepping down to the 22, and this 14-story, it's a nice proportion. And as we're stepping, and so that was sort of the design thinking behind how that was stepped back. We feel that is an appropriate design, and to kind of change that, and it would be such an abrupt kind of the skyline would kind of be a little more abrupt than what it's proposed now. We feel that right now it's an appropriate scale. We've got some step backs built into the tower versus the podium. There's a 4-story podium fronting Rockwood with some step backs. The shadow analysis that we've done has no impact on any of the residents surrounding us. So we do feel it is an appropriate scale, and the way it's designed, it does provide a nice transition the way it is at the moment.
Okay, I'll ask some clarification from staff. And the other is parking, or not necessarily parking per se, but the vehicular traffic that would be a product of this development. Cars coming onto Rockwood as opposed to utilization of the right in from Fisher-Hallman and then going onto Bleams Road. Is there any consideration where Rockwood may not be the, I guess not necessarily the primary, but a access point, and rather utilizing the two nodes, Fisher-Hallman and Bleams Road?
Well, again, our traffic study has, and as well as, but it's been reviewed by staff as well as the region, haven't identified any concerns from a traffic standpoint from those access locations. We do have commercial uses at grade, and as you may know, it's always good to have multiple points of access to access those commercial uses. We certainly feel that with the entrances off of Fisher-Hallman and Bleams, and the fact that Rockwood is not signalized, and at this point won't be signalized.
No, and that's the concern, the fact that it's not signalized.
And that people, the desire will be to avoid that intersection, just simply go through the roundabout. I certainly see that as a pattern emerging, but as I said, it has been identified as a traffic concern. The volumes are appropriate to handle these two intersections, and we like to keep as many options open in terms of access to just help distribute the traffic as much as possible.
Okay, all right, again, these are clarifications that we would have to ask of staff as well, and perhaps it may lead me to ask for a deferral, getting more clarity from you. I understand you answering on the spot, it's a challenge, but it may give you an opportunity to look into with the applicant before this would come back to council. The last question would be related to affordable housing. Again, this is a considerable upzoning. It's an upzoning through the Rosenberg official plan from a low-rise residential stacked town to towers. Have you guys taken anything in consideration for affordable housing in the development?
Great question. At this stage, we are targeting sort of market-based housing. There's no quote-unquote affordable housing being proposed. Yes, we are asking for a change to what was approved many years ago in a different time when there wasn't a housing crisis. And the economies are a lot different in terms of the costs of construction, et cetera. So it is different than what was originally contemplated in terms of density and height, but it's certainly appropriate given the times that we're in. And at this point in time, this is one of many projects that Activa has across the city, across the region. They provide a number of different products that are either attainable or in that sort of lower mid-market range, as well as sort of market. So this is just one of many products. They may not be here, but there may be other opportunities that they are working on that will be more attainable, more affordable. So,
are they being proposed as a part of this?
Not as part of this, no.
Okay, all right. Good, thank you very much. That's everything from the committee. We will move on to the next delegate, John McDonald. No? Okay, all right. Did we receive communication that they're not coming, or? Okay, not a problem. Okay, all right. It doesn't appear as the delegate is coming, so we'll move on to questions of staff. Okay, I don't see any. I have a few. So, Tim, it's conversations we've had, and again, clarification of questions I asked of the delegation as well. Regarding the orientation of the towers, what's the setback currently from Rockwood and Tower 1, which is a 14-story? I don't know if you want to go to the slide for the presentation where it outlines a site plan.
Yeah, we can pull up through the chair. If that could be pulled up, that'd be great. So the setback, through the chair, so the setback from Rockwood to the 4-story podium of it is 4.7 meters. And then there is about another meter and a half, 1.6 to where the tower then starts going up. So that would be a total of just about 6 meters to where the tower starts.
So we're looking at approximately a 6 meter or 6.3 to be exact from the street line.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the separation between Tower 1 and Tower 2? Mind you, I understand that it's always helpful to have adequate separation between towers, and maybe you can specify what the guideline addresses, a good urban design guideline, and what's being accommodated there right now.
Yep, so through the chair, the tower separation that's currently in this development is 46 meters. And then through the tall building guidelines, the separation requirement is actually just over 23 meters. So this is about a double separation setback from what is required in the tall buildings guidelines.
Okay, so did staff have that similar concerns as what was maybe addressed through the PIC and what conversations we've had of Tower A being closer to the street line as it needs to be? The fact that this is a large site and there is ample spacing for it to have a further setback. So not necessarily, going exactly at 23, but there's still a plenty buffer in between. That's question A. Question B being similar to what I asked is that there is a 32-story at the corner, 22 then is being proposed, and then 14, perhaps some reorientation between the two towers where it wouldn't necessarily start at 14, it may be a few floors down, but providing a softer transition from a low-rise neighborhood.
Yeah, so through the chair, an urban design brief was submitted and was reviewed as part of this application by our urban designers. They took a look and didn't have any real concerns in terms of the building separation, and they were actually pleased with the transition from the 33-story building, the proposed 33-story building, coming down to 24, coming down to 14, and they didn't have too many concerns that way in terms of what was being built in between. There is, like I said, a large amenity space on the rooftop of that in-between space, and they were encouraging that as well, to just have some more amenity space for residents.
So I get, looking at just the scope of the site, as towers, right? 2214 tends to, if it's looked in a vacuum, as a good transition. But then also we have a low-rise 10.5 meter or 11 meter, then going up to whatever that 14 stories would be. You got a two-story home, then looking onto a building which is only 6 meters away, that's 14 stories high. As what the delegate said, hey, it looks all lopsided. Well, doesn't it look lopsided for the resident that's living in the low-rise home?
So through the chair, that could be reviewed further if there was through the site plan application later on to see if there would be a change in height. That could be something that would be reviewed through that application as well.
Could we have staff have that conversation before when this comes back to council again, or if there is a deferral to allow opportunity for staff to engage with the applicant and seeing how that perhaps some softer transition could be between the two towers in perspective of the low-rise neighborhood, not between the two towers, but perspective of the low-rise neighborhood.
Yep, through the chair, staff could have those conversations in the coming week with the applicant to bring it back to council next week.
Okay, and further, it's currently part of the secondary plan, part of the secondary plan that allows this type of density, where it's R6, which is a low-rise development. So are they, as of right, they're able to do this, or is there there's a zone change being asked, but could we technically say no, or would we be then in contravention of the official plan?
So through the chair, the zoning on the property currently is R6, so they are requesting to change the zoning to the MU3 designation. The Rosenberg plan is still in bylaw 85-1, so it would be reviewed at a later time to bring it into 2019-051, and at that time the zoning could be upzoned through that review. However, they're requesting it earlier than a review would take place through the
So what is it in the official plan currently?
R6.
So it's in the official plan R6, and it's currently in R6 zoning, and they're asking for an official plan amendment and a zone change amendment.
Sorry, I misspoke. It is MU2, mixed use 2, in the official plan.
Okay.
It is R6 in the zoning, which has not caught up to the 2014 official plan.
Okay, so technically they're not applying for official plan amendment. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
Sorry, through the chair. They are asking for an official plan amendment to increase the FSR that is permitted within the mixed use 2 zone and the height.
So it's a site-specific.
Council may recall that when the Rosenberg secondary plan was approved, it was assumed that most of this community would be developed through site-specific subdivision applications, which would accompany an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment application. So it is not unusual. I think we've seen site-specific applications for all of Rosenberg over the years. This site is not large enough to be subdivided. It was contemplated at the time that it potentially could go that way. Because it's been consolidated and comprehensively redeveloped, that's why we're seeing the site-specific application, and the zoning really does implement the vision of the Rosenberg secondary plan of having an intensification corridor along Fisher Hallman. So, as we continue to see these large parcels redeveloped, it's anticipated that we will see height and density here because the balance of the the balance of the Rosenberg community is mostly low-rise.
So what I'm trying to ask staff, anyone else want to come in? I don't want to be monopolizing here just because I'm chairing. I've asked my first round of questions. Any other questions of staff? Okay. Me and my second round of questioning of staff. Sorry, go ahead. You were speaking as to the official plan. So my real, I think, I wouldn't say point of contention, but what I really want to ask in clarity is that they are in keeping of the official plan. They're just asking changes, site-specific changes to the official plan, and then a zone change that would be consistent to the official plan. Correct?
Through your chair, yes, that is correct. It's slightly more density than what was contemplated. However, it does deliver on the urban corridor, which was the intensification element that was identified in the Rosenberg secondary plan. So slightly different way of delivering the density, but anticipated.
And so if this committee or council were to not allow this development, and the other questions aside of maybe reorienting the towers, but not allow this development, we would be in then contravention of our planning policy, which we've recommended this to be a high-density node.
Correct. It's part of the corridor. It's the Fisher Home is part of an intensification corridor in the Rosenberg secondary plan.
Okay, and that was already pre-decided.
It was approved by council, correct?
Okay. Because there was uplifting of the zoning through the official plan, and now with the zone change application before us as well, do we have any mechanism to request any affordable housing here?
No, we do not.
Okay, all right. All right, with that, I'll move to request Councillor Chapman to take the chair seat so that I can propose a small amendment, and then we can proceed from there.
Oh. Go ahead.
You may want to move the item first.
Oh, okay. Is this it? Are these your notes? You'll move it? Okay. Councillor Davey moves it. We don't need a seconder. Would you like me to read it?
No.
No. Okay. Go ahead with your amendment.
Okay, thank you. So the only amendment I would request is actually deferral to council meeting, giving opportunity for staff to consult with the applicant and looking at how they could potentially look at the two towers in varying size. Perhaps it could be a softer transition from the low-rise perspective of Rockwood Drive. I think that, at least allows us that opportunity to have that conversation now, as opposed to really leaving in the perspective of site plan approval, which really takes out council perspective or council voice at that point, and at the same time, the neighborhood as well. It's really delegated to staff. Would staff have any concern with that?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. We'll take that back to the applicant. As Mr. Seiler noted, our urban design staff did review this. The step back it exceeds our standard in our urban design guidelines, and we think the transition already meets our requirements, but we can certainly talk to the applicant about that. We will have to evaluate it. Simply moving the tower, if the structure can accommodate in the underground parking garage and the podium, that may be possible, so we can give an email update before council on Monday.
And I think that would be very helpful.
Okay, any questions about the amendment? Comments? All those in favor? What? Sorry, go ahead. Councillor Davis?
No, I just wanted to be 100% clear in terms of Councillor Singh's motion or deferral. I'm supportive of staff looking at it, but I think it was clear, I think Councillor Singh was clear that as a result of this, he doesn't want to see an overall reduction of units.
I'm not looking at an overall reduction of the units. I'm more looking at how we can transition the towers from the low-rise neighborhood, the close proximity of Tower 1 to the low-rise neighborhood.
Okay, I thought that was
not necessarily a concern for Tower 2, which already would be right beside a much taller tower, which is already approved through site plan.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? And that's deferred then till next week.
Council, yeah, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to just before I speak to that, I'll just look at the applicant. Again, I think I just want to give that sober thought between staff and the applicant to see exactly how they can be not necessarily respectful, but good neighbors to the rest of the neighborhood there. And so there's a realization of acceptance by the surrounding community that higher density is going to happen, especially much higher in the corner. But I think overall, the abutting neighborhood, or the abutting residents, if it can be a little bit more respectful setback to them, we are showing that large density can go very close to low-rise residents as well and work well and in complement. Thank you. So item number 10.3, this is the official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment for 20 Woolner Trail, Waterloo Catholic District School Board. We have Tim, you're still on the hot seat, so you'll be presenting again. You have 5 minutes, and we have other staff in attendance also.
All right, good evening again. Before you is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the subject lands located at 20 Woolner Trail to facilitate the development of a grade 7 to 12 Catholic elementary and secondary school. The subject property is located at the southeast corner of the Fairway Road North and Woolner Trail, and the site is currently undeveloped. The site is surrounded primarily by low-rise residential dwellings. The property is located on the eastern edge of the city in the Grand River Flats neighborhood and is in close proximity to the Walter Bean Grand River Trail and the Grand River itself. The site was previously used as a gravel pit, which has since been decommissioned. The subject lands are located within a neighborhood node within the official plan. The planned function of neighborhood nodes is to serve the day-to-day commercial needs of surrounding residential areas and are encouraged to be cycling and pedestrian friendly. Properties that are located within the neighborhood node are intended to accommodate mixed uses and commercial uses where deemed appropriate. As you can see from this slide, the property has two designations in the current official plan. There is the mixed-use designation that is shown in blue and low-rise residential, which is shown in the light yellow. The mixed-use designation is intended to be flexible and respond to land use pattern changes and demands. As such, an appropriate and a compatible mix and range of commercial, retail, institutional, and residential uses at different scales and intensities will be encouraged and supported within lands designated mixed use. The low-rise residential designation permits a full range of low-density housing types, which may include single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, ADUs, or other forms of low-rise housing. Here's a summary of the proposed amendments before you tonight. To change the official plan designation from mixed use and low-rise residential to institutional with Special Policy Area 67. The Special Policy Area will permit the proposed institutional use within the neighborhood node designation. It's also to change the zoning designation from Agricultural Zone A1 with Special Use Provision 69U and Special Regulation Provision 107R to Major Institutional Zone INS2 with Site-Specific Provision 381. The site-specific provision will allow for an increased parking rate of 1 space per 77 square meters for a total parking count of 197 parking spaces on site. It should also be noted that the report mentions a holding provision that at the time was required by the Region of Waterloo in regards to a noise study requirement. Through consultation with the region and the applicant last week, the required documentation was reviewed and approved by the region. Thus, the holding provision is no longer required and will be removed from the application. This slide shows the proposed concept site plan. There are two main entrances into the site, one on Fairway, which is a right in and right out, and another off of Woolner Trail. This plan is slightly different than the one in the report, as there have been some conversations and updates as a result of some of the conversations we've had. This includes relocating some of the parking and adding additional parking spaces, adjusting the corner pedestrian entrance from the roundabout to make it more accessible, and providing a right-out only exit at the driveway on Woolner that is closest to the roundabout. In response to a majority of the comments received from the surrounding neighborhoods in regards to safety and traffic, staff met with the neighbors on site to discuss in person. Through conversations with Councillor Schneider, the residents, and city and regional transportation staff, there have been a number of items that will be addressed to mitigate as many of the concerns as possible. This includes prohibiting stopping along the east side, the school side of Woolner Trail, prohibiting parking on the west side of Woolner Trail between Upper Mercer Street and Fairway Road, lowering the maximum speed limit on Woolner Trail to 30 kilometers an hour within the school zone, that Upper Mercer Street will be considered for seasonal traffic calming beginning in 2024, to have crossing guards stationed at the roundabout when the school is operational, and we are also actively working with the Region of Waterloo to lower the speed limit to 50 kilometers per hour and have consideration for a PXO crossing over Fairway Road at the intersection of Eden Oak Trail. We are also working with the school board and our staff in regards to providing a multi-use trail on the side of Woolner Trail adjacent to the school site. So we have an opportunity here tonight to redevelop an underutilized parcel of land with a new compatible development. This will allow for a new Catholic school to provide an additional institutional use for a growing population, while also providing an additional community space within the established neighborhood and contribute to a complete community. Staff is recommending approval of the application that would permit the institutional use on the property and permit the site-specific parking rate increase. The proposed applications represent good planning principles and are consistent with and conform to the provincial, regional, and the city's planning policies. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Tim, but we're going to hold questions of staff until we go through all the delegations. And then the first one up is Kristen Bairstill. A lot. We have 5 on top of this one, so 6 in total. Yeah. So yes, Kristen Bairstill, and I think you're accompanied by Jennifer Passy, so you would be making a joint submission. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Council or committee. My name is Kristen Bairstill from GSP Group, and as Councillor Singh touched on, Jennifer Passy is here as well from the Waterloo Catholic District School Board. We're both going to take you through a kind of a joint presentation with regards to the proposed development, as well as some of the context leading to the location of the proposed high school. So here's a really brief overview of our presentation, overview of the site and context, some overview and analysis from the school board in terms of how this school site has come to be and the need for the school site. We'll provide a brief overview of the proposed development, as well as the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments. I'll briefly touch on some of the opportunities for neighbourhood engagement we've had since the initial submission of the application, and then briefly touch on some of the circulation comments and feedback that we've received to date. So as Mr. Seiler touched on, the site is at the corner of Woolner and Fairway Road. It's essentially kind of one of the last pieces of land, if you will, before you extend across Fairway Road, where it connects with Fountain Street. It's within the Grand River South community. The property was formerly owned by the Grand River Conservation Authority, and as Mr. Seiler touched on, was previously used for aggregate resource extraction. On this aerial photo, you can see a small remnant of the former gravel pit located close to the intersection. Just a little bit more details with regards to the site context. It is on the edge of an existing low-rise residential community. There are some limited commercial uses further west on Fairway Road. There's also a smattering or a number of institutional uses, both school uses and places of worship throughout the community. A number of open space and passive recreation uses that surround the site. The existing trail system along the Grand River itself, as well as a number of the parks that are located within the Grand River community. And then finally, there are existing Grand River transit services on Fairway Road that extend to Fairway, use the roundabout, and then head up Old Zeller Drive. I'm going to turn it over to Jen, and she's going to provide you a brief overview of where the school board got to this location and the need for the school.
Good evening, thank you. As noted on the screen, the school board is now operating 46 elementary schools throughout the region, with the most recent opening of St. Josephine Bakhita this fall. We are also currently operating 5 high schools throughout the district and servicing, as noted, more than 40,000 students. This is not enough. We have funding currently committed by the province to construct 5 new schools, including 2 in East Kitchener, that being the one under consideration this evening, as well as the reconstruction of an elementary school on the former St. Patrick Elementary School site on River Road. This significant population growth throughout the region, including matters that you are debating this evening, are just indicative of the pressures that we are facing as a board to accommodate students, both existing and into the future. The new school servicing grades 7 through 12 would provide relief to East Kitchener elementary schools, but also most notably enrollment relief to St. Mary's High School. As noted on the screen, St. Mary's High School was designed and constructed and with what we call bricks and mortar ministry-rated capacity of just over 1,500 students and is currently accommodating over 2,200 students this fall. We are making do with portables and have plans to construct another 10 on site this fall that will hopefully help us bridge the gap between the delivery of a new school in East Kitchener. If trends carry as we anticipate, we could be anticipating more than 2,600 students at St. Mary's before the new school is built. The need for a school in East Kitchener was first identified several years ago, back to 2012. The board tried repeatedly to secure funding from the province to construct a new high school and ultimately were successful in 2020. It was part of the original vision for Grand River South that there would be a Catholic high school in this community. Things change, things evolve, and this pressure has now been realized. The school proposed is much needed and would serve the students who generally live in the area bounded by Victoria to the north, the river to the east, extend into Deer Ridge to the city limits to the south, and as far as Highway 78 to the west. Mr. Seiler walked us through the proposed development, and on the screen is a copy of that plan. The approximately 154,000 square foot building over 3 stories would be oriented towards the intersection of Fairway Road North and the Woolner Trail Old Zeller Drive roundabout. The design accommodates a significant pedestrian promenade oriented towards the roundabout, which would welcome students onto the site towards the main entrance of the building. The school's recreation amenities are located to the east of the building, with a designated elementary yard for those 7-8 students, as well as a practice field and full-size playing field ringed with a track. These amenities, as with all of our school sites, will be dedicated to student use throughout the day, but accessible to the broader community evenings and weekends. As Mr. Seiler noted, there are 3 access points currently designed and part of the site plan under consideration at the same time. Those driveway locations are from Woolner Trail with a, as noted, right-out access at the northerly end and a right-in, right-out access at Fairway Road. These accesses ensure that buses are able to access the site from the south and have pickup and drop-off curbside adjacent to the building, and that there's the opportunity to distribute parent traffic as well, so that 7 and 8 students would have a pickup and drop-off zone at the south end of the building nearest their classrooms, and other pickup and drop-off opportunities exist with the right-in access across the north end of the building. As shown on the screen, the building's design and placement allows for a very prominent building placement visible from the Fairway roundabout with the 3-story glassed entrance. A similar 3-story glass presence would be presented from the east side of the building as well, so that traffic traveling across the river would have that view. It also has the benefit of providing a wonderful oversight for students in the building across the river valley. Kristen's going to speak further about the applications.
I'll go through this quite briefly as Mr. Seiler touched on it. So the proposed official plan amendment that's in front of you tonight, we're requesting to redesignate the property for institutional. As Mr. Seiler pointed out, there is a need for us to include a special policy provision to allow for major institutional or institutional use within a neighborhood node, not typically contemplated within the policy framework right now of the OP. As Mr. Seiler noted, there is no longer the requirement to include any provisions as part of the official plan amendment for the holding provision, as those have been rectified with the region. Similarly, we are looking to rezone the site from its existing agricultural zone to major institutional. Mr. Seiler touched on, we're looking for a site-specific permission to establish 1 parking space for every 77 square meters of floor area. And I just wanted to point out that this is to reflect the existing bylaw right now that has a min and a max parking requirement. So we are looking to change that max requirement slightly in order to accommodate sufficient parking on site. Just a brief summary or overview of some of the informal and formal neighborhood engagement we had. So the application was circulated by the city with a standard postcard in June. We had a site meeting with the property owner of 80 Woolner Trail, which is the existing heritage home immediately next to the site, on June 22nd on their site. We had an informal meeting with representatives and neighborhood individuals on July 25th, where it was an informal discussion presenting the concept, trying to answer as many questions as we can. There was the formal neighborhood information meeting held by the city on August 15th, a virtual meeting, and then there was a subsequent site meeting that was held with neighborhood residents, city staff, and regional staff on September 21st. So we'll briefly, as quickly as we can, walk through some of the response to comments we've received to date. Some of the comments are concerns related to site design, layout, and site access. As Jen touched on, we are continuing to review with city staff in terms of those driveway access points. There have been some revisions to the site plan in order to address some of the neighborhood's concerns with regards to the driveways along Woolner. The bus drop-off and lay-by areas have been accommodated completely on site. I think they provide for a total of 8 bus spaces, plus another 8 that would be able to park beside them. And then there's a separated parent drop-off lay-by area. One of the biggest comments that we've heard and concerns is with regards to traffic, both volumes and speed along Fairway Road and Woolner Road, as well as cut-through traffic in the neighborhood and stopping and parking along Woolner Trail. Mr. Seiler presented a number of recommendations to you that we are 100% in agreement with and have no objection moving forward in terms of how to manage and appropriately deal with traffic as well as pedestrian connections. Pedestrian access and site safety. Again, we are 100% supportive of what staff has put forward in terms of getting pedestrians safely to the site. There were some concerns with regards to privacy, particularly along the shared property line with Woolner Trail. Through the site plan process, we're identifying the appropriate type of fencing to put in this location. And then finally, surveillance and security. And Jen will give a brief overview of the school's process and protocols in terms of surveillance and security.
Certainly, we have school staff on site who will be obviously responsible for throughout the school day surveillance and monitoring of student behavior. And with 7 and 8 students throughout the day, they would be out on the yard for recess and lunches and would be supervised by teachers during that time. Outside of normal school hours, there is always custodial staff on site into the evenings, especially when there are community use type activities occurring. And we do have on our high school sites video surveillance as well. And then our sites will have other monitoring as needed to respond to any concerns via a hired security firm.
So that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have with respect to the proposed development or any of the information presented by Jen with regards to the needs for the school.
Thank you to the both of you. There are a few questions. Councillor Schneider, you're first.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you for coming in. I found it interesting that safety wasn't mentioned until the very end of your presentation. And I'm wondering, when you set criteria for a school site, where does student safety rank in that criteria?
Through the chair, the board is very cognizant of the need to have a safe environment around the school. I would say that a school of this size is being consistently located similar to other schools throughout the district. The majority of our high schools are located on higher order and regional roads. Because of the size of the facility and the associated traffic they generate in the catchment area that they serve, it is generally accepted and appropriate that this scale of institutional use is located with at least one regional or higher order collector road frontage. And so this site was deemed appropriate from that perspective. And it is a common occurrence that we are seeing matters related to access via roundabouts. That is, again, something that the board is familiar with in terms of pedestrian access, et cetera. And I think, Councillor Schneider, that speaks specific to your question.
Yeah, that all sounds great, but you're going to have 1,400 students on opening day. And are you telling me that you are comfortable with those students accessing the school property through that roundabout at Fairway and Woolner Trail?
Through the chair, it is not unusual that that board has that experience. As noted, St. Mary's High School does have a very similar arrangement with actually 2 roundabouts quite close. Students regularly travel across Block Line at Homer Watson. They do have the support of adult school crossing guards, and Mr. Seiler made reference to the discussions and the opportunities to provide those other safety measures to support pedestrian crossing at that intersection.
Okay, well, close by, another school in the ward I represent is Chicopee Hills Public School at Fairway and Lackner. And granted, it's an elementary school. It's K to grade 8. But there's 5 crossing guards there, along with the signal crossing on Lackner Crescent. And I got to tell you, what happens is if this is granted and you build the school, the safety issues become that of the city and the region to clean up. So I'm not prepared to vote in favor of this until I have assurances from the city and the region that this is going to be safe for students to cross Fairway Road and Woolner Trail to get to the school. That's paramount for me. And I'm actually shocked that, you're saying this is routine, it's comfortable for this sort of a crossing. And we know with St. Mary's, there were massive problems when that first opened because the problems weren't addressed prior to the school opening. So are you comfortable with, opening the school like this, or would you, like me, want assurances of safety measures prior to the school opening?
Through Mr. Chair, there are a number of matters which Mr. Seiler has touched on, which Kristen reinforced that the board is in support of. These are measures that are largely beyond the control of the board. We do not have oversight over either city streets or regional roads, and I do respect the concerns that are being raised, and I don't diminish them. But what we are looking for and what we are supportive of is those measures which have been articulated, which would serve to reduce speeds, calm traffic generally throughout the area, and consider other infrastructure, including school crossing guards, which would help support students moving to and from school. Those same students would also be supported by the existing guards that service other areas of the nearby community to help those students also cross the same streets.
Okay, I'm almost done, so I'll cue back in.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you for your presentation. I, too, 100% share Councillor Schneider's remarks. I'm wondering what your conversations with the region have been around safety on Fairway Road and what they're willing to provide there.
Through the chair, at this point in time, we're still awaiting some detailed comments with regards to the consideration of a speed reduction. And I would look to perhaps Mr. Cronkite to expand on any discussions which may have occurred at the staff level as we are awaiting some further detail.
Oh yeah, we'll be asking questions. But in terms of the Catholic School Board's conversations with the region, is that something that you've done around traffic on Fairway Road?
Through the chair, yes, there has been discussions and there have been meetings that have occurred where regional staff have attended. There has been no objection to the change in land use that has been proposed.
Has the region made promises about what they would do if a school went here on Fairway Road to make it safer?
Through the chair, we have not heard direct comment from the region with regards to a commitment to reduce speeds on Fairway Road yet. But if this application is approved and we're able to proceed, we have a number of years during construction for those matters to also be addressed.
Thank you.
Mayor Bevanovich.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I do want to thank Councillor Schneider for, I know, his diligent work on this. And at his request, I raised these issues last week at Regional Council and asked that regional staff report back on them and also dialogue with our staff at the city. I'm struggling a little bit, I guess, with the fact that these issues are not something that the board seems to be ensuring are addressed before the process. I mean, as Councillor Schneider has indicated, I mean, there were problems at St. Mary's, and I'm sure the board is well aware of that. I'm sure you're also well aware that there have been challenges at Lackner Woods School, and those. Am I getting the right one? Chicopee Hills. Sorry, thank you. It's been a long day at Chicopee Hills School, and the process of getting them addressed after an approval and after the fact have been challenging. And so, from a school board perspective, while I understand you need to move forward with this, and obviously we want to make sure we have schools for our students, surely you understand Council's desire to ensure that this is enshrined as part of this approval process. Does the board appreciate that?
Through the chair to Mayor Urbanovic, of course, the board does appreciate that and have been working and waiting for responses from the region on certain matters. We do support, and our consultants' reports did recommend the same speed reduction that is being advocated and discussed this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I too agree with Councillor Schneider's and the Mayor and Councillor Johnson's concerns around this. This might be a little premature, but have any neighboring parents or residents talked to the school board? Have you talked to any parents with concerns?
Through the chair, we have had discussions with the neighbors, who a number of them are here with us this evening. Through the course of discussions with regards to the overall plan for student accommodation in this area, we did have discussions, and there were questions with regards to student movement. And again, the process and the discussions and the abilities for the board to make changes are all part of the conversations and efforts that have been ongoing.
Yeah, all this seems a little bit like the cart before the horse sort of thing. Before we've got all our ducks in a row with safety and to Councillor Schneider's concerns and everyone else's concerns about safety, about the children crossing and whatnot. And I don't think that all these T's have been crossed yet. So it is a little concerning. And the size and the grade 7 and 8 in a high school. So is this usual for a school board to have this young kids in with the high school like that? Would it make it? Does a school have to be so large? I guess is what I'm.
Through the chair, well, not necessarily specifically germane to the applications. It is not unusual. It is a common occurrence. It is new and different for the Waterloo Catholic District School Board in Waterloo Region. Our French language counterparts do have 7 to 12 schools. There are 2 located within the region, and this is commonplace. Boards in Ottawa are almost exclusively operated on this model, and there's several other examples throughout the province in Durham Region and York Region where this structure does exist.
Located in a busy intersection area like this, or is this kind of normal for the board?
Through the chair, again, the location of a high school in this type of circumstance is rather consistent.
Thanks.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thanks for the presentation tonight. Where do the students go now? The students that are going to go here, where do they go now?
Through the chair, the grades 9 to 12 students are currently attending St. Mary, or would be currently directed to St. Mary's High School, and the future grades 7 and 8 students would be drawn from two of the 4 elementary schools in the area.
Okay. Is it Wilner Woods? Is that what I'm looking at here? That's where the location of the high school is going to be? No? Is
Through
it
the
other
chair.
side?
It's Wilner Trail.
It's on the opposite side
It's
of
on
where
the
the
opposite
wooded
side,
area
okay.
is.
Okay. All right. And that's just farmland right now, or green space, or?
Through the chair, it was a former aggregate extraction pit, so it's been sitting dormant since that time.
Okay. All right.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you for coming in. I guess my question, and I'm not saying in particular this is what I see from the Catholic School Board in particular, but what I've noticed is when a lot of schools get built, that year, the next year, there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 portables. So I'm just wondering if is this school big enough already to accommodate that, or are we expecting to see? I'm comfortable with having portables. I'm just saying, will it be at least be portables for another 5, 10 years before you see in the first year more portables?
Through the chair, it's a great question and sort of a necessary evil in our world. The expectation is that the first year that the school would open, it would open with grades 7 to 10. The intent is to limit the implications for students in their grades 11 and 12 year, so allow them to finish their career at St. Mary's. So we would grow in the school by a grade a year, so it would take some time to reach that full grade 7 to 12 configuration. The plan does accommodate future portables on the site design, and the parking relief that was highlighted did account for that additional accommodation through portables.
Okay, granted, I understand the challenges of some of the funding models that you guys that you receive. Is there any way to anticipate, or is this just the way the provincial funding is, that you can't build in that growth?
Through the chair, I highlighted at the outset the efforts that the board had gone to get the funding that we have committed for the 1,400 pupil places. The ministry does expect, for the most part, for new facilities to open pretty much full. So at this point in time, we wouldn't expect to be making any applications for any further additions at this point in time before the building opens. But we would be looking more broadly to how we provide accommodation elsewhere in the city that would potentially address other future demands.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, I noticed that in one of your first slides you said the Catholic School Board has 5 secondary schools. Can you tell me where they all are?
Certainly. Through the chair, Monsignor Doyle is located on Myers Road at Christopher Drive in the city of Cambridge. Myers Road is a regional road. Resurrection is located on University Avenue West at Resurrection Drive, and again, University is a regional road. St. David's High School in Waterloo is located at Weber Street and High Street, Weber Street being a regional road. St. Benedict High School is located on Saginaw Parkway and Green Vista Drive, with Franklin Boulevard being a flankage road with no access. And I've just listed. And then St. Mary's High School,
okay.
Located just obviously just east of Homer Watson.
So we have 3 of them. 3 out of 5 is in Kitchener.
St. Mary's and Resurrection are both located in Kitchener. There are 2 in Cambridge and 1 in Waterloo.
Okay, so with this new one, it will be 3.
Would be 3, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schneider, you've rung back in. If you allow me just to ask a few questions beforehand, I'll come back to you. So Jennifer, I think the running theme is the fact that there is substantive concerns as to, how the students commandeering around that neighborhood will accommodate crossing a very busy roadway, which is Fairway Road North. and you've said that conversations have started with the region, but would it be fair to say that perhaps we need to put pause and so we can get absolute certainties as to what the resolution of those conversations are, instead of approving and then hoping that the conversation leads to be fruitful?
Through the chair, we'll certainly accept a deferral to allow additional time to hear from the region on this matter, if that is council's will. We too would like to have some closure on this and know that there are commitments to addressing the concerns. There are a number of safety measures that could be considered in addition to the speed reductions that have been noted, and we would like to have that resolved as quickly as possible.
That's helpful that, you know, of course, from the school board perspective, that you guys also have the same intended goal. It's just that the missing link is as to what the region is willing to provide those extra sureties with the changes in the speed. But beyond that, for the crossing, irrespective of what the speed may be, right? It's a heavy load roadway. As part of the advocacy, is it going to be some additional, as you said, some additional measures? But apart from the crossing guards, do you want to identify some of those additional measures that you guys have to date advocated with the region, so that perhaps our our transportation staff can advocate for the same? And the other is, I know most of the traffic is going to be proposed for the roundabout for where Wilner Trail, Oldsdale Drive is. But then we have Eden Oak Trail as well. Even though, you know, we can hope for the best, we can plan for the best, when we're talking about young people who think they're invincible, they may be crossing a very busy roadway instead of coming to where the roundabout is. Would some of that conversation, or has some of that conversation that you've had with the region, identifies that as a risk point?
Mr. Chair, at this point in time, the efforts have been focused around addressing the concerns directly at the roundabout. I understand that there has been discussions, though, about adding an additional crossing at Eden Oak. I personally have not been part of those conversations with the region around that measure. If that is something that there is support for, again, the board would of course be on board with additional measures that would provide added safety. There is also the sort of region-wide commitment to automated speed enforcement in community safety zones and school zones, and that is yet again another measure that would be available to the region to consider in this area as well.
Okay, all right. I'll come back to you, Councillor Schneider, for your second round. But again, because there does seem to be some willingness on their part to really get surety from the region as well, and they themselves are saying they wouldn't necessarily be opposed to a deferral, perhaps that may be something that you may want to consider.
Thank you, Chair Singh. Definitely something that I want to bring forth. And thanks so much for your answers so far. We've spoken a lot about what the city and what the region can do, but as a school board, I think one of the main themes that keeps coming up is having the main vehicle access right in, right out from Fairway Road. Would the school board be open to altering the orientation of the current site that we saw tonight to improve student safety?
Through the chair, with regards to the site design, the intent of having access off of Woolner Trail does largely accommodate staff as well as bus pickup and drop off, which our sites are designed in such a way that buses pull up curbside. So buses would not necessarily be able to have that curbside drop-off opportunity if they were directed to use the Fairway Road exit, because that would be the wrong side of the bus for pickup and drop-off activities. What the Fairway Road exit and entrance does accommodate is that volume of older student parent pickup and drop-off flowing through, which does create, I think, the concern and help address the issues that you're talking about with regards to having that volume of traffic directed to that access.
See, this is where I disagree, because the roadway space between the roundabout and where the lanes for entrance to the school property are on Woolner Trail is very short. And you're asking students to cross through that roundabout with buses and cars, and I just find that that is extremely dangerous. And I also want to know if the school board will commit to constructing a multi-use trail on Woolner Trail at that side of the school property.
Through the chair, that the multi-use trail design has been back and forth with staff, and it is part of the site plan design for the construction.
So you will commit to that?
Through the chair, that has been the expectation of the board all the way through the process, is that there would be a multi-use trail connection along the Woolner frontage that would connect to the existing frontage, or the existing multi-use trail on Fairway Road.
Okay, that's an expectation, but is that a confirmation?
Through the chair, yes, it's our understanding and it's our expectation that we would be constructing a multi-use trail.
Okay. Now, another issue is that this school property is located right beside one of Kitchener's most pristine, oldest, and award-winning heritage sites, the Woolner Heritage Farm. The Woolner Trail is actually named for the Woolner family. What measures will the school board take to deter trespassing on this site?
Through the chair, as outlined by Ms. Barrisdale, the expectation is that there would be a solid wood fence installed along the parking lot extent of the property to provide that visual barrier between the school parking lot and general site functions and the Woolner farmstead. And a chain link fence would be installed along the limits of the property as well. There is also in the landscape design additional planting measures along that south boundary as well to provide additional separation, both visual and physical, between the site and the Woolner property.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. Just following up on some questions from Councillor Schneider. I just wanted to confirm as well, looking at the figure 2 in the staff report, it looks like Fairway Road is designed for a right-in, right-out. It is a right-in, right-out currently, right?
Through the chair, that is part of the proposed design, to have a right-in, right-out from Fairway Road, correct?
Okay, great. And in terms of the trail, which I think is a great idea, again, I'm not sure where the school board property begins and ends, but in these situations, it's not really, being that most of the school year is during winter. Is there any support for having it paved and then winter maintained? And obviously, the city would have to look at winter maintaining our portion of that as well.
Through the chair, it's my understanding that the multi-use trail along Woolner to be installed by the board would be a paved surface trail.
Okay, thank you.
So paved but winter maintained?
Yes.
Okay. No, it's just, again, paved is enough, but again, the operation for the winter time, just wanting to get that assurance that it would be maintained as well. We've had that challenge with the school boards, not just with the Catholic and some other sites. So just identifying that for surety is necessary. Okay, so thank you to you both. I know a lot of questions were asked. We still have other delegations. And back to the committee, speaking of that, we have 5 more delegations. It's 10 o'clock. We have 2 more items after that. So just keep the timing in mind, especially because our bylaws don't allow us to go past 12 o'clock. Okay, Emily Woolner.
Thank you. Chair Singh and members of the committee, my name is Emily Woolner, and my family owns 80 Woolner Trail, a heritage farm and neighboring property to the proposed school development site at 20 Woolner Trail. Our 1830s farmhouse, barns, and 6 acres have been in our family for over 100 years, and were designated as a heritage property by the City of Kitchener in 1998. Our family has some concerns about the impact of the proposed school development of 20 Woolner Trail on our heritage property that we don't feel have been adequately addressed. The first of these concerns is that of students trespassing and their safety. We have in the past had students from schools further afield venture onto our property unsupervised, creating a nuisance. With the proposed school of 1,400 students, the risk of vandalism to the farm buildings and the risk of student accidents and injuries on our property is not something to take lightly. We would like to see a plan that outlines specific solutions and that take this issue seriously. Secondly, the impact of the sports field, its noise and lighting will impede upon our privacy and the enjoyment of our home and property. We would like to see a concrete plan for noise reduction and glare. Thirdly, my family is concerned regarding vehicular emissions due to the very close proximity of the car park and bus traffic entering and exiting the proposed school property off of Woolner Trail, immediately adjacent to our heritage farm. This, we feel, will negatively impact our quality of life and the quality of life of our neighbors in the general area as a result of the increase in volume of vehicles and their associated emissions. Chair Singh and members of the committee, we ask that the official plan and zoning bylaw applications regarding the proposed school development of 20 Woolner Trail be deferred until these issues impacting our heritage property be properly addressed. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns with you.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you for presenting. Okay. We don't have any questions. Once more, thank you. We'll move on to Ron Geisler. Ron, welcome. You have 5 minutes together if you want to both speak. Make a presentation. Thank you.
I wish to thank the chair and the committee for staying so late to listen to our comments. My name is Ron Geisler. I'm here on behalf of my wife Sharon and myself to give voice to what I understand are concerns raised by many of our neighbors. Sharon and I were born and raised in Kitchener, are retired, and have lived at 55 Lower Mercer Street since 2018. We are not opposed to the building of this new concept educational facility. We both graduated from St. Mary's and St. Jerome's respectively back in the 70s. We agree that this school is both required and makes good use of undeveloped land. We are, however, concerned that building this major institution in this unique location is in direct contravention of the City of Kitchener official plan. Two major reasons for official plan rejection of this development are, one, I quote, they can generate large volumes of vehicular traffic, which generally cannot be accommodated in the local streets, and two, I quote, they generally have extended hours of operation, including weekday evenings and weekends. In some cases, they may operate 24 hours a day, all year round. These reasons are clear and fair and reflect concerns that all city residents can support. Woolner Trail, a local city street, should not be utilized to provide primary access to and from this large school. Rather, instead, the primary access should be a new full-move signaled intersection built at the junction of Eden Oak Trail, Fairway Road, and the planned right-in, right-out access to the new site. The south driveway on Woolner Trail should be designated left-in only, and the north driveway on Woolner Trail should be designated right-out only. Justification for this course of action. Fairway Road North has been identified by city planners as the arterial road that is best suited to handle the large volume of traffic generated by the new site. The quicker the access, the quicker the traffic is dispersed. Woolner Trail especially, but Upper and Lower Mercer Streets as well, are local streets designed and intended to accommodate access to and from residential properties. Access to Fairway Road is restricted to two intersections, the roundabout at Woolner Trail and a signaled intersection at Upper Mercer Street. The school board authorized a transportation impact study in 2022. This study identified that, one, if full operations began in 2023, the resulting large amount of traffic would cause a critical congestion situation for northbound traffic on Woolner Trail. The study postulates that the critical congestion would be of short duration, before classes. This is a unique school with secondary classes beginning as early as 8 and elementary classes starting as late as 9:20. Over 1 hour of critical congestion twice a day, every weekday, is unacceptable to the residents. The study demonstrated that this critical congestion would carry through the entire study period, which ended in 2028. The loss of service would only be lessened if Woolner Trail was widened to 2 lanes entering the roundabout. But even then, the study states that, and I quote, under existing and future conditions during all peak hours, Woolner Trail northbound would suffer larger than acceptable queue lengths, 565 meters and a link distance of 200 meters. This study magically reduces this queue length to 9 meters, 2 car lengths, by adding a y-intercept calculation. Very interesting. The study analyzed the effect of a small amount of traffic using Upper Mercer Street to access the signaled intersection. They estimated that it would reach 92% capacity by 2028, but proposed that adjusting the light pattern may deal with the issue. Region of Waterloo staff expressed concern, and I quote, on pedestrian road crossings and connectivity, especially for those traveling to and from the north side of Fairway Road. A lack of connectivity was identified for pedestrians traveling to and from Eden Oak Trail, close quotes. The solution proposed in the study is to direct all student pedestrian traffic through the Fairway Road Woolner Trail roundabout, The 2022 study estimates that only 160 students in 2023 and up to 180 in 2028 of the 1,400 students enrolled will walk to school. But as early as October 29, 2023, Student Transportation Services of Waterloo Region estimates bus students to be around 700. Realistically, 200 to 300 walking students would overwhelm the Woolner Trail roundabout every AM and PM. There is no study analysis pertaining to this loss of service in any direction, anytime through the Woolner Trail roundabout due to student traffic. The study did not evaluate the impact, positive or negative, of a full move signaled intersection at Fairway Road North, Eden Oak Trail, and a direct access to the school. In conclusion, I request that the vote on the amendments be deferred until such time as a new transportation impact study can be undertaken to 1, evaluate the benefit of a full move signaled intersection at Eden Oak Trail, Fairway Road North, and the new site, and 2, to identify the loss of service effect in all directions at the Fairway Road, Woolner Trail, Old Zeller Drive roundabout based on an accurate estimate of future student pedestrian traffic. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ron. There are no questions. Thank you for presenting. We appreciate that. Next, Gary Minter.
Good evening, Chair Singh, members of committee. My name is Gary Minter. My wife Lucy and I live at 24 Lower Mercer Street, Kitchener. My background is over 30 years of experience in the transportation and logistics field. I am here tonight to talk about the parking and idling issues that I feel will arise with the new school proposed for 20 Woolner Trail. I do not want school-related and associated parking to spill out into the local neighborhood. I have been told by the Waterloo Catholic District School Board officials that there is room for only 7 school buses at a time on school property. I have also been told that additional buses will be staged off-site, but to date I have not been told how many buses there will be in total and where they will be staged. I have tried to estimate the number of buses that will be required by asking how many students will be bused, but again, I have not received an answer. My concern is that many buses will be staged on Woolner and possibly spill over onto Upper and Lower Mercer Streets. Upper and Lower Mercer Streets have very close driveways with little to no curb room for parent drop-offs and pickups, let alone idling school buses. Residents would have difficulty accessing their driveways, not to even address the problem of leaving our homes at peak school drop-off and pickup times. School buses are diesel, and I can only imagine the emissions that they will release day after day while awaiting their turn to enter the school property. They will constantly release their emissions into the surrounding neighborhood. The Woolner Heritage Farm, the Grand River Conservation Property, and the river itself. With 18 acres of land, maybe they should look at staging all the buses on the school property. The Grand River Conservation Authority is already concerned about stormwater management on the property, noted in an agency comment attached to the staff report. Another concern was raised by city environmental planners regarding trees on the property. I'm not against the school, but I feel that the location selected requires very careful planning for safety and environmental considerations prior to being improved and built. Mistakes were made at Chicopee Hills School, the fallout which is still being dealt with today, not the least of which is idling school buses and fumes entering the school. I would not like to see the same problems pushed into the neighborhood, which I call home. The school board is making a unique request to build an elementary and a secondary school bounded by an arterial road and a local city street at this location. Again, careful planning and consideration of all the options for the proper movement of the high volume of traffic that this site will generate, including diesel school buses, should be well developed and ready to be put in place before the opening of the school. I do not feel that such solutions are currently in place. My recommendation would be to implement no stopping, including school buses, posted on Woolner Trail and Upper and Lower Mercer Streets. Another recommendation would be parking by permit only on Upper Mercer, Lower Mercer, and Woolner Trail from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. To date, there has been discussion with city staff about these points of concern, but no guarantee of action before the amendments are passed. In closing, Chair Singh, I respectfully request that the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments before you for decision this evening be deferred so that the issues and concerns raised this evening can be addressed and evaluated to properly inform any related decision-making by this committee and council. We need to get it right from the start. If schools are about our youth, then they need all the help that we as parents and grandparents can give them. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee, and I wish to submit a copy of my notes for the official record.
Sure, the clerk will take that from you, and thank you, Gary, for presenting. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next is David Foster. David, you'll be presenting jointly?
My wife is just going to run the clicker.
Okay, excellent. That's
I may
great.
take one liberty, Chair Singh. Texas is winning 3-0 at the end of 7.
Okay.
Anyways, good evening.
Yeah, 5 minutes, so you go ahead.
Thank you to Committee Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors, members of the committee, and neighborhood residents for your time and for listening to my concerns this evening. For the purpose of introductions, my name is Dave Foster, and I'm here on behalf of my wife Renata, my daughter Victoria, myself, and members of the community who I had the privilege to speak to regarding their concerns. Our home is located at 117 Woolner, just down the street from the proposed school at 20 Woolner Trail. The Waterloo Catholic Board has made what can only be considered a unique request to build both an elementary and secondary school on the same plot of land bound by an arterial road and a local city street. The concerns I bring forward include the proposed school is built abutting an arterial road with a speed limit of 60 to 80 kilometers per hour. Many of the requisite needs for a safe student, pedestrian, and neighborhood environment have either been put off to a later date or deemed not necessary at this time, with little to no study to support possible versus current positions. To remedy these concerns, I propose that 1, Fairway Road North from Fountain Street roundabout to Eden Oak Trail, where the speed limit is currently 80 kilometers per hour, be reduced to 60, prior to the school opening to allow acclimation by drivers. 2, Fairway Road from Eden Oak to Idle Creek be designated as a community safety zone by the Region of Waterloo. This is recommended in the Catholic Board's own Transportation Impact Study Executive Summary. Prior to final approval, the City should hold on passing the amendments until the region affects this change. The specifics of the community safety zone would include a reduction in the current 60 kilometer per hour speed limit to 50. Additionally, a 30 kilometer hour speed limit would be implemented to the roundabout at Woolner and Fairway Road. 3, a full turning movement signaled intersection, including pedestrian crossing, would be built at or near Eden Oak Trail and Fairway Road to provide direct access from Fairway Road to the school site versus the current right in, right out only. 4, Woolner Trail, Upper and Lower Mercer would be designated a school safety zone by the City of Kitchener and supported by the City Planning Department. This recommendation is partially stated in the Catholic Board's own TIS executive summary. The staff report currently recommends that only Woolner Trail be designated a school safety zone. The specifics of the school safety zone would include a reduction in the current 40 km/h speed limit to 30, an implementation of no stopping along all 3 streets, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The south driveway on Woolner Trail would be deemed a left-in only entrance to the school site. The north driveway would be designated a right-out only exit on Woolner Trail, which is already recommended in the staff report. The benefits accrued from the proposals include a reduction in arterial road speed, thus providing existing and future crossing guards the ability to safely guide students traveling to the new school site through intersections at Fairway Eden Oak, Fairway Pebble Creek, and Fairway Lackner. Primary ingress-egress from Fairway Road to the school mitigates excessive residential vehicular traffic. Further, a 30 km/h roundabout limit will provide the necessary crossing guards at Fairway Woolner Trail the ability to safely guide future students through the roundabout. Finally, the neighborhood traffic congestion increases, but there is an acknowledgement that the city did all they could to support the community. I live in a neighborhood which I believe is not opposed, but rather supports the building of the school on this proposed site. The caveat was and remains that until such time as the safety issues raised here are properly reviewed and addressed, it is my request that the zoning change be deferred. This interim time might best be utilized working to find acceptable solutions to these speed and safety issues, which, if not addressed, will affect the students, pedestrians, and traffic flow along Fairway Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Thank you for your presentation. Wrapped up. Next up is Radha Medic.
It's been a long night.
Yes, welcome, and you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, my name is Radha Medic, and I'm a parent that lives in the Fairway and Lackner area. As a teen, I grew up off of Zeller Drive, living in one of the newer homes to be built. As a teen, I had the luxury of riding my bike down Zeller and Fairway when it was a farm road. I got to explore the forest trails and mountain bike where Lackner Woods Public School now is. Times are a little different now. Fast forward 25 years, I'm now a mom with 2 daughters, 9 and 11, who still live in the community just in another subdivision towards Daimler. My kids and I love to walk, bike, and meet with friends at schools and parks nearby. My kids have even expressed interest in attending the new Catholic high school. I think it's the talk of the town. And to be honest, after seeing the amenities and presentations, I am supportive of it. I think our teens need more amenities to get them off of parking lots by McDonald's where there's been recent crime. So I am supportive of a new school and high school, but I do share concerns related to safety. So I'm here to share those concerns of the safety of kids and young adolescents walking and biking to the new school. With hundreds of homes built, including airport expansion and bridge connection, traffic has noticeably increased, to the point I decided to start taking photos and videos of it this year. And it's not just that of regular cars that belong to residents, but an abundance of heavy vehicles like long-haul trucks, dump trucks, cement trucks, fuel tankers. You do have a document printed out beside you with images. On a daily basis, I see rules of the road being violated, such as speeding, going through red lights, unsafe passing, and crossing guards yelling at vehicles that have gone through crosswalks. Occasionally at night, I can hear revved up engines and what appears to be racing down Fairway Road. So let's take a minute. I want you to be a teen again. Imagine walking down a road that feels more like a highway. You're wearing your favorite baseball cap and carrying a brand new basketball. It's a little rainy and windy, and you're walking with your friends, laughing, but accidentally trip. You drop your basketball and your favorite hat goes flying onto the road. Question, will you and your friends stop and keep walking to school, or would one of you attempt to get your favorite cap and ball back? If I was a teen again, I would definitely try to get my hat back. Any kid that crosses the regional roads currently without a guard in place is at risk of not just getting a minor injury but killed due to the high speed traveled and the type of vehicles driven that cannot easily stop in a timely manner. If one of the goals of the school board and the city is for the new high school to be pedestrian friendly, they must recognize the real barrier to that success is the lack of traffic calming on the regional roads. As such, if the school goes ahead, I encourage the school board, along with the city, to work with the region in implementing impactful traffic calming measures on both Fairway Road and Lackner. Considering this zone is going all the way to Victoria Street, the Highway 78 traffic calming should extend down Fairway Road as well as Lackner, including reduced speeds, perhaps installation of speed bumps, and cameras. I do welcome new schools and development in the area, but I do think the regional roads need to evolve with the plans in our community. Perhaps there's an opportunity in this. I do know that in June, the region did a pilot and they approved 27 schools on rural roads to reduce speeds to 40. So perhaps there can be discussions with the region to include this high school as well as Chicopee Hills in that pilot as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vada. Thank you for your presentation. So it's appreciated. Okay, so we'll come back to questions of staff. Or, again, looking at Councillor Schneider, in case you are wanting to do the deferral, and that may be something you might want to outline as well.
I definitely want to do the deferral, but I wouldn't mind asking a few questions of staff, just to maybe get a better idea of the deferral.
Okay, actually, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I first of all want to say I appreciate the work our traffic team has put into this, and along with the regions, and I will say they work very well together. This is something, as we've heard tonight, things need to be reviewed and discussed. And I'm just wondering a type of time frame you feel would be necessary for you to discuss this with the region. I know some of the asks tonight would have budget implications, so it may not be a quick turnaround. So if there's an idea of that time, and again, I want this review to be thorough and not rushed, so I want to take the time needed to do it properly.
Sure. So through the chair, it's a great question. In terms of working with our regional staff, we've already started that communication, and that started when we met with them on site. And so they're aware of the concerns and they're aware of some of the requests. One of the requests being a pedestrian crossing at Eden Oak Trail, the lowering of the speed limits as an example. Not to put words in regional staff's mouth, but essentially to review those things does take some time. So generally speaking, what they would need to do for a pedestrian signal, as an example, would be to estimate the number of pedestrians that would be expected to use Eden Oak Trail, and then try to determine what the best way to control that would be. So you need to do that by working with the school zone to figure out catchment areas and age of population and that sort of thing. So it does take some time. And then once you get done all of that work, then that would need to go to regional council for approval and for budget consideration. So right now the commitment is to work with regional staff and continue to work on reasonable solutions that make sense. They've agreed to review the speed limits, although there's no commitment again to what they will look like. So what I would say is that there is a 2-year timeline for construction. There are some known quick wins that we can do in terms of seasonal traffic calming. The prohibitions that we've talked about on Woolner Trail, they can be mimicked on Fairway Road as well, and the crossing guards. Those are things that we can commit to right away, and I think that the discussion continues to occur as the school is under construction, and I think it'll be really difficult to get a full buy-in or full approval of some of the measures that we're talking about. You know, within, I wouldn't hazard a guess at this point. It might take some time.
Oh, I know it's going to take time, but you know, I'm not willing to take the risk of approving it and hoping things get done during the construction. I mean, when it comes to safety, they're coming off the Fountain Street roundabout and doing 80 and then going down to 60 at Eden Oak Trail. We've already seen a precedent set on Homer Watson with St. Mary's School, where the speed limit is 70, goes down to 50, and there's a 30 sign at the roundabout. We also know we continue to have speed issues with Chicopee Hills School. So a safety zone, as was mentioned, that would start around Eden Oak Trail and extend down Fairway all the way past Lackner to Idle Creek and Fairway Crescent is something that we need some certainty on. Like this is student safety, and it was brought up in some of the delegations. What are the numbers that we're expecting of students that are going to need to cross Fairway, and where is the best place for them to cross? Is it at a signaled stoplight? Is it a signaled pedestrian crosswalk? Is that the safest place? I'm sure it's safer than, you know, crossing at the roundabout with 2 crossing guards. I mean, we're talking grade 7, grade 8 students in here too. So, you know, I know it's difficult, but I really want assurances of these measures. So, you know, I'm willing to wait in order to approve this, to know that we're going to get these safety measures. So I would like to defer to this. I just don't know how long. I don't know if I would defer to our next council meeting. That gives you time to work with the region, where you could get maybe a possible time frame where we could be able to get some assurances.
Yeah, through the chair, that's probably the most reasonable expectation, is that prior to next council meeting, we'll be able to hopefully get some assurances from the region in terms of timeline for review. I'm just not sure what that timeline looks like right now.
Yeah, so I want to be clear that this deferral is only to find out what the timeline would be, and that the deferral would be to that point of finding out what the measures would be.
Sorry, for clarity, you're confident the staff will be able to respond as to giving assurance exactly what the measures that are proposed by or advocated by the school board as well as by Councillor Schneider, that those would be recognized and more concrete answers given? This is the region we're talking about here, but
yeah, so through the chair, no, what I am confident in is that we'll be able to get a timeline from the region for review of the issues that we're speaking about here today. What I'm not confident on is how long it will take them to review those concerns.
So just so that if this is deferred, but that gives us an answer as to that timeline, but we don't have the assurance and we're exactly where we are right now, because again, this timeline is not the issue. It's more of what the region will ultimately say. So is staff recommending that deferral be sufficient to get, you know, have that fulsome conversation with the region? And what is that timeline for?
Through the chair, what I can tell you is that the region is concerned about safety here as well. So I know that there will be a commitment by the region to review, and I know that there will be commitment by the region to make positive change here. What that looks like will be an outcome of a regional study. It will contain some of the things that we've talked about. I'm sure it will contain lower speed limits. It may or may not contain another pedestrian crossing, but they would have to go through that fulsome study to get a sense of what that looks like.
Okay. back to you.
Yeah, so I mean, if we defer to our council meeting on Monday to get an idea of what that time frame might be, because basically I'm not willing to vote on this until we have a listing of the safety measures that are going to be presented. And I know that takes review time for them, but there have been some precedents set on Homer Watson for the speed, for example. So that should be easy. It's the other measures, like either the signaled intersection or the signaled pedestrian crossover, the safety zone of 50, which would benefit both Chicopee Hills School and this proposed school. So, Chair, I look to you for maybe some guidance on this, but I would say let's defer until Monday to give staff time to get a reasonable idea from the region of when they might be able to review this and have a listing of the things that are going to happen.
I think what we're getting is some assurance from staff that they think or they're confident that the region will identify that a review is merited and will take place, but that timeline of that review, that will be uncertain by Monday.
Through the chair, so during the process of this meeting, it sounds like we've got a firm commitment from the region in terms of review, and while we don't know what that review will look like yet, they have committed to December 11th or sooner in terms of to the applicant for bringing a report forward and letting us know what those changes could look like.
Okay, so then our closest meeting to December 11th.
Sorry, Garrett, it's tough looking at everyone and trying to keep an eye on staff too.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, just to add clarity from what Mr. Cronkite had said, I had a message, and the applicant is willing to have a deferral to December 11th. May I suggest that the deferral language be or sooner? If we are able to meet with the region and there is an update, we'd be happy to provide that in advance, but I would suggest a deferral to the December 11th council meeting. And the applicant is in agreement with that.
Okay. I've already sent the clerk some wording, so if you want to adjust that to December 11th or sooner.
Okay, so the clerk will make that amendment. I'll just go to, we have a long list. We know that there's a deferral motion. Deferral motion is for December the 11th. So only on the timing. Any questions? Councillor Ioannidis, timing? Okay, Councillor Davey on the timing? On the deferral from clarity from staff as to, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's asked the question, but are there any legislated timelines with respect to this application that we need to worry about?
Good question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the application was received prior to July 1st, so the refund timing is not applicable to this application.
Thank you.
Councillor Clancy on the timing.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think this is great. I'm hoping that we can urge the region to kind of prioritize this. I know St. Mary's is just bursting. It's almost a hazard just to put that many bodies in the same building and to have those many portables. It's bursting. It's just inhumane. I think it's the third most populated high school in Ontario. I know I've tried to bring kids back there who are shy and like quiet spaces, and I can't get them to go. So yeah, I'm glad. I hope that we can urge the region to prioritize this so that it doesn't compromise the needs of students to have this school, because I know that is also desired by the neighborhood.
Okay, there's nothing in there about timing, but that's okay. Oh, urging, there you go. Okay, fair enough. There you go. Okay, so on to the deferral. It's been moved. We have the wording before us for December the 11th.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm seeing the clerk is talking to the CEO. I'm waiting to see if staff have anything more to add, but we're ready to take the vote as soon as I get the clearance from the clerk. I'm afraid to do anything without the clerk's...
That's right.
We're good?
Through the chair, the motion is just a little bit lengthy. Right now, the motion just simply should be that the staff recommendation be deferred to the December 11th to allow staff an opportunity to confirm with the region. The information, the sentence below, which I was just speaking with Councillor Schneider about deleting, does remove, that would be addressed December the 11th. So
Okay.
we're just going to defer today the staff recommendation until that date.
Okay, based on the words as articulated by the clerk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there could be a further deferral on the 11th.
That's, yeah.
Okay.
My apologies.
Just be clear.
Or sooner, if staff
Or
is able
sooner,
to
yes.
recommend.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
That's in there.
Okay.
Is that in there, or sooner? Yeah, or sooner, actually. Okay. Mayor Ravenovich.
Sorry, just to be clear, and I'm fine with this, but I presume that staff will also endeavor to address any of the other issues we heard about this evening?
Yes.
As part, in that time frame?
I will communicate. I've written down, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure that that's part of what staff are aware of.
I think there's acknowledgement by staff on that. Okay, excellent. With that, all those in favor on the deferral for the 11th? Opposed? That motion carries. Okay, excellent. We'll move on to the next item. Just a 2-minute break then. Yeah, definitely. Okay, we still have 2 more items, and it's 10:40. So, huh? Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea right now. I'll get to that if I could just have a moment of the clerk's time. Okay, so gonna give it a minute. There's some members that are coming back. Okay, so item 10.4, official plan amendment on 2934 King Street East. Eric, you're going to, okay, all right. Garrett, it's going to be you that presents. Whenever you're ready. Go ahead, Garrett.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to provide a brief presentation and overview of the application before you for 2934 King Street East. So I'm here tonight to make a recommendation for approval of both an official plan amendment as well as a zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate a mixed-use building with 77 units. The site is municipally addressed as 2934 King Street East and is located on the north side of King Street on the corner of Morgan Avenue. There are no residential units currently existing on site and is developed as a commercial plaza. It is close to the major regional intersection of King Street and Fairway, and the surrounding neighborhood along King Street corridor is mainly arterial commercial uses. Major hotels, Doubletree by Hilton and Country Courtyard by Marriott are located in close proximity. Community amenities, including the Howard Robertson Public School and the Centerville Chicopee Community Center, are within walking distance. The site is proposed to be redeveloped with a new mixed-use building containing a two-story podium with 3 large commercial units on the ground floor and a tower with a total of 11 stories in height containing 77 dwelling units. Surface parking for 17 vehicles is provided on site at the rear of the building and for the commercial uses. 2 underground levels containing 140 spaces for a total of 157 parking spots will be on site. We have an opportunity tonight to replace an older commercial plaza and increase the commercial space on site from 585 square meters to 1,217 square meters. So the commercial space that's existing is going to be replaced with even more additional commercial space, as well as 77 dwelling units that are a range of sizes. This land is within an urban corridor that contains existing services and access to community amenities to foster an efficient use of the land and to add visual interest to the city skyline. In summary, the proposed applications represent good planning principles and are consistent with provincial, regional, and city planning policies. That concludes my presentation. I know that the applicant is also online to provide a presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Just looking at that last slide about the financial sustainability, I think it's really good and helpful for most of our infill applications, just to articulate the difference.
Yes, certainly an infill development of this magnitude brings new residential uses. So in this case, 77 dwelling units, 11 stories, as well as more than doubles the commercial space on site without having an increase of any required municipal services and no reinvestment by the city to upgrade or enhance any infrastructure. So this was one of the cards that was provided as part of the Growing Together, showing the difference between a greenfield development where we would require new expensive infrastructure that we'd eventually have to maintain. And in this case, and with all built up infill development, we wouldn't incur any additional costs, but we would see a return in increased taxation revenue from the property.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful to have that as context. Good, then we'll move on to our delegations. Adam Layton.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Adam Layton. I'm a principal with Evans Planning. We are the applicant and agent on behalf of the owner of the property at 2934 King Street. I'll just share my screen and briefly run through my slide deck, I guess I'll ask the clerk to bring up my slide deck. Again, in the interest of brevity and timing, and as Garrett did a fantastic job, and staff have been a pleasure to work with through this process, I'll simply run through them very quickly. As indicated, we're here to discuss an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. If I could get the next slide. The subject property is shown in red with the various 5 and 10-minute walking radii shown and indicating areas of interest, including transit stops, as which you'll see are plenty in proximity. Moving on to the next slide. We have some high-level development statistics, and as Garrett indicated, there would be almost double the non-residential floor area provided of over 1,200 square meters, as well as 77 dwelling units, 157 parking spaces, 100 bicycle parking spaces in a 11-story building. Moving on to the next slide. We are here seeking specifically an official plan amendment to allow an increased floor area ratio on the property, as well as a zoning bylaw amendment to implement site-specific development standards. We are still early in the process, so the more detailed applications, including site plan control and draft plan of condominium, will be coming at a later date. We filed for our pre-con for site plan, and that will be happening at the end of November. Moving on to the next slide. Shows a the site plan that's currently contemplated, and generally this reflects what I would consider an improvement on the streetscape. Right now, the plaza actually has access from King Street, Morgan Avenue, and Centreville Street. It's proposed that accesses would be consolidated to a single location off of Morgan Avenue. The entirety of Centreville Street would be vegetated and a sidewalk would be extended. The access off of King Street would be removed, and the lobby and retail or non-residential units would face towards King Street as well as the Daylight Triangle. The single access would provide 17 surface parking spaces as well as access to an underground parking garage. And the tower portion, which is showed in the dotted lines, is set back from the podium abutting King Street, but also moved as far south on the property as possible to maintain adequate separation in the 45-degree angular plane from the adjacent residential uses on the north side of Centreville Street. Aside from that, as you can see, a robust landscaping design is proposed, as well as an idea that that the architect had proposed and the owner is facilitating, which would be an outdoor garden pavilion for the use of residents of this area, of the building. Moving on to the next slide. Shows a 3D rendering of the proposed building in the context of the existing developments. And one would note that the building is comparable in height to the existing hotel on the other side of Morgan Avenue, and that the tower, as I mentioned, is pushed as far south on the property as possible. Moving on to the next slide gives a better indication of the architectural treatment of the podium, the tower being stepped back from King Street as well as towards Morgan Avenue, keeping separation from the adjacent property to the west, and also gives an indication, at least at this point, of the conceptual interaction between King Street and the non-residential portions of the podium and the residential lobby. And then moving on to the final slide is just a close-up of that streetscape, which again we're contemplating and will further detail through site plan, which contemplates direct connections to the street, hardscape treatment, as well as plantings to facilitate that active public realm. Could potentially include patios or outdoor eating areas for restaurants, as well as a direct connection to the building lobby in that overhung area with the signature column supporting the upper stories. That concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions, and we fully support the recommendations of staff with respect to this application.
Good. Adam, we have a few questions of you. Councillor Clancy.
Yeah, my main concern is the existing tenants. Small and medium family-run businesses have really taken a hit in COVID, and I'm wondering what your plan is to ensure that they're not displaced or negatively affected by your development.
So that is one of the matters that was brought up at our community meeting, and it is the intent of the owner to work with the tenants. They'll certainly be offered an opportunity to take space in the new building. And as we are still working our way in our early days in the site plan process, a full plan will be developed in partnership with city staff.
Will you consider the rates that they pay now?
I would imagine that would probably be a matter that staff we would discuss with staff. Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to make such a commitment, but certainly I think the intent is to try and keep established businesses in place if at all possible.
Yes, please bring that hope forward. Thank you.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you for the presentation to staff and yourself, Adam. From the renderings, I think it's a beautiful building that will really brighten up that area. And so, if the renderings are true as to what they are, I think it's going to be a fantastic place for people to live. My question is maybe to either you, Adam, or staff, is this an MTSA?
I can answer that. I believe we're just outside of an MTSA.
Really?
But we are along King Street, along which numerous transit routes do operate.
Okay, so the only reason I was asking that, 77 residential units and 157 vehicle spots, parking spots for residential and some commercial. That seems like an awful lot from what I've seen the last year. We're trying to decrease the amount of parking spots. And so is there any option of reducing some of those spots to provide more outdoor amenities or park space in that area, or on the site, sorry?
We can certainly entertain reductions to the parking supply. Right now, we do comply with the city bylaw, and in fact, one of the amendments in the site-specific zoning would be to establish a maximum rate for, I believe, the residential portion. But certainly, it is difficult sometimes to sell or use parking, and we don't want to contribute to an oversupply. So that can definitely be something we could look at during the site plan stage.
Okay, yeah, and the only reason I think that, the emphasis, especially in MTSAs, and I know this is not considered an MTSA, but it is very close to Fairview Park Mall. There's a bus route right on King Street / Weber, and so it's a very accessible place for public transportation, and so I think in that may be something to take a look at. So thank you.
Adam, that's all the questions of you. Actually, before you go, very quickly, how much commercial space is there again? Remind me.
Currently, it's contemplated that there would be about 1,200 square meters of replacement.
1,200 square meters. And the parking slots, does that count towards the FSR?
It's my understanding that parking area doesn't count towards the floor area ratio. No.
It doesn't, even inside the building, which is...
There are none above grade. They would all be below grade.
And that doesn't count as part of the FSR?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. No, the only reason I'll leave it to you to consult with the staff, if there's an avenue where we can keep the same FSR and amendments not required, and then you can squeeze extra units within the same building envelope as what's being outlined now with the reduced parking, I think this is something obviously we've been encouraging and supporting as a council. We simply want more housing built. Thank you. All right, I think before we go on to anything further, we need to take a motion to move by Mayor Ravenovich to go past 11. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know. We would have said no, but anyways. Okay, questions of, that's all the delegations, questions of staff. There are no questions of staff. I'll then get someone to move it. Moved by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Yes, next item. Next item is 417 King Street West, official plan amendment, and I believe staff will first make their presentation. Craig, Mr. Dumart, I think you will then also outline, either yourself or Garrett, that after your presentation, or perhaps from the proponent's delegate, that this item be referred. And then as to the timing of the referral, you can address that as well. So with that, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, and good evening. Before you is a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment application for the subject lands located at 417 King Street West, proposing a 55-story mixed-use development. Staff are recommending approval of the proposed amendments. This battery's dead. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Just back one. Thank you. The subject lands at 417 King Street West are situated within the City of Kitchener's Urban Growth Center, and the lands are located at the southern side of the block bound by King Street West, the Francis Green, which is a city-owned parkette, and Halls Lane. 417 King Street West is currently developed with a one-story commercial building with a surface parking lot, which was the former location of Ziggy Cycle, The surrounding neighborhood consists of a variety of uses, including mid-rise and high-rise mixed-use buildings, commercial uses, institutional uses, and office buildings. There are various high-intensity mixed-use developments that are at various stages of development approvals in this neighborhood, as this neighborhood is an area experiencing transition and intensification. Directly across the street from the subject lands is the Tech Tower development, which is currently under construction for a 45-story mixed-use development. Directly abutting the lands to the southeast is the Francis Green, which will be undergoing parkland enhancements in the next few years. And directly abutting the lands to the northwest is a 19-story mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located in a major transit station area in the urban structure of the City of Kitchener's official plan and the Region of Waterloo's official plan. And the lands are located approximately 150 meters to the central station stop, which again is approximately a 1 to 2 minute walk. And the planned function of major transit station areas is to provide density and developments that will support transit and rapid transit with a mix of residential, office, institutional, and commercial developments. This proposed development will support a higher density housing option that will help make efficient use of existing infrastructure, parks, roads, trails, and transit. Next slide, please. The subject lands are currently designated as Innovation District in the urban growth center of the City of Kitchener's official plan. The Innovation District is an area of the City of Kitchener that is expected to evolve and transform into a dense urban contemporary setting. And the primary permanent uses in the Innovation District include office, particularly research and high-tech offices, institutional uses, and residential uses. And the lands are currently zoned Warehouse District Zone, D6, and zoning bylaw 85-1. And the existing zoning permits a range of commercial and light industrial uses with a maximum floor space ratio of 2. Next slide, please. So to permit the proposed 55-story mixed-use development, the applicant is proposing to add specific policy area 8 in the official plan, which would allow for an increased floor space ratio of 23, and proposing to change the zoning of the subject lands by adding special regulation provision 804R, special use provision 486U, and holding provision 109H, and that would be added to zoning bylaw 85-1. And special regulation provision 804R will allow for an increased floor space ratio of 23. It will regulate building setbacks, have no minimum parking requirements for dwelling units, and require indoor and outdoor bicycle parking. Special use provision 486U will allow for multiple dwelling residential units and retail uses as additional permitted uses, while holding provision 109H is required to ensure matters related to urban design and noise are addressed prior to lifting of the holding provision, which will be further addressed through the site plan approval process. Next slide, please. So before you is a conceptual site plan for the proposed 55-story mixed-use building with 622 residential units and 2 ground floor commercial units. Primary vehicular access is proposed from Halls Lane. 1 ground floor commercial unit and the residential lobby are proposed at grade along King Street West, and 1 ground floor commercial unit is proposed facing the Francis Green Parkette. A mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units are proposed along with 184 vehicle parking spaces, 622 indoor secure bicycle spaces, 6 outdoor visitor bicycle spaces, and 20% of the provided parking will be electric vehicle ready. So in addition to having access to multiple parks and urban greens within walking distance, the proposed development includes a 7th floor, 7,535 square foot landscape amenity terrace, as well as a 9,688 square foot indoor amenity area. Next slide, please. So before you is a building rendering for the proposed 55-story mixed-use development. The tower is situated on top of a well-defined 6-story podium base that is activated by at-grade commercial units in the building's lobby. The tower massing is broken up vertically by a variation in the articulation of building materials, and the commercial units will have a 4.5 meter tall ground floor, which will further enhance the streetscape along King Street. Extra attention to high-quality urban design that contributes positively to the public realm and streetscapes is expected for the subject lands with adequate on-site amenity space for future residents. As such, detailed design will be reviewed through the site plan approval process. and the approval of an urban design report will be required prior to removal of the holding provision that a staff is recommending apply to the subject lands. Next slide, please. The development presents an opportunity to redevelop an underutilized one-story commercial building and surface parking lot and increase the housing supply in a major transit station area. This proposed development will contribute to meeting the city's intensification target, diversify housing stock, provide an additional housing choice in the community, and provide for a range of unit types. Furthermore, the development will provide for an opportunity to introduce a new compatible built form to the neighborhood that will contribute towards a complete community. Next slide, please. The proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are consistent with policies of the provincial policy statement, conform to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the region official plan, and the City of Kitchener's official plan, and represent good planning and are in the public interest. Staff are supportive of the proposed amendments. However, at this point, staff are referring any decisions on this application to the November 6th council meeting next week. Staff are waiting on further information and details from NAV Canada on potential impacts to the regional airport flight path. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Garrett, do you want to address the referral, or either Craig?
Yes, there's further to Mr. Dumar's comments. We are recommending a referral to November 7th so that we can hold the statutory public meeting this evening as advertised. I know the applicant is here to present and answer any questions, and then we will have an update by email next Monday on this application.
That's excellent. So we'll just hear from the applicant's representative, and that's Andrea Sinclair. November 6th, thank you. And Councillor Clancy, so it's being referred anyways, so yeah. Do you still want to ask questions, staff? Okay, that's then after. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. I will try to be brief. I know it's been a long evening, but Mr. Dumar has gone over the technical comments. I'm going to really focus on the merits of this application. So my name is Andrea Sinclair. I'm a planner with MHBC. I'm here tonight with my colleague, familiar to many of you, Julianne von Westerholt, who's also been working with me on this project, as well as Paul Levesque and Mauricio Miranda, representing the ownership group. We are in support of the referral. We've been putting this one off for a few months now in hopes to get to a resolution with the region over this NAVCAN issue, and are willing to give a bit more time to that, and hopefully will not be having this deferred indefinitely. So I'll sort of skip quickly over the context. As I think as council's aware, this is within the urban growth center within a major transit station area, and the site that's most commonly known as the former Ziggy's site. In terms of the way the site has been laid out, just wanted to point out that the tower has been positioned to maximize the setback to 1 Victoria, which has already been built, and is also positioned to be offset from the 30 Francis development. That's also been approved and is under construction currently. In terms of the presentation or the overview of the proposal, there was an effort by the architects on this project in looking at our project and its proximity across the street from Kaufman to design the podium with a sort of a modern nod to the Kaufman building. So you'll see this very sort of modern industrial look to the podium. That was very intentional, as well as maintaining sort of that mid-rise podium as you're entering the downtown from Victoria Street. As Mr. Dumar mentioned, there is a holding provision for urban design. We have been having further discussions with urban design staff and are working on some further tweaks to the building facade to ensure that the city's objectives in that regard are achieved. We have ground floor retail along the entirety of the King Street frontage, as well as the entirety of the frontage overlooking Francis Green Park. It's currently shown as 2 large commercial spaces, but it can be divided into any number of configurations depending on the ultimate tenants for that space. We have 1 level of underground parking We also have a few parking spots that will be sort of at grade, hidden in behind the retail, that will allow for things like short-term deliveries and sort of commercial, for the commercial tenants as well. And then the rest of the parking is within the podium. There is a large amenity space proposed above the podium level, and you can see that sort of top right of screen, as well as significant amounts of indoor amenity space, which I'll get into further detail on. And we've got large ground floor windows for the ground floor commercial uses, and as well ensuring that we have a positive streetscape. So this is a similar approach that was used on One Vic, where we have sort of the recessed ground floor, and then the building comes out above that, providing pedestrian sort of cover from wind and rain and other elements. The project's been designed with reduced parking and an emphasis on public transit and active transportation, particularly given this location. While the zoning speaks to a zero parking requirement, we are proposing to provide some parking. This is the same ownership group that has done the Station Park development, and we're looking at incorporating a similar shared parking model that's being used in Station Park, which rather than the traditional method of you have your residential, you have your visitor, you have your commercial, it allows everything to be used. So when the residential isn't being used, there's more public parking available. When the residential is at peak, there's less. So making sure that those commercial tenants really can be successful here. We want to have high quality commercial uses. We don't want to see another vape shop or some of the other things that we're seeing in some of these small spaces. The reduced parking will result in less traffic on surrounding streets. The project currently has a mix of one bedroom plus den, and 2-bedroom units. We are actively looking at whether or not we can incorporate some 3-bedroom units into the project. And then on a couple other points we wanted to hit in terms of affordable housing. This is not an affordable housing project. It will be market rate, planned to be condominium. That being said, as council is well aware, staff are working on an inclusionary zoning framework, and this site would be subject to that if that ends up being something that council approves, and I understand the timing of that is imminent. In terms of sustainability, we're looking at incorporating gray water harvesting for irrigation. That's something that Vanmar is doing in all their projects. Exceeding OBC requirements for energy efficiency, lighting, heating, providing high efficiency window glazing, and then we're incorporating, even though the downtown zoning is not in place yet, the things that staff are proposing in the downtown, such as the EV parking, bicycle parking, so all of those elements, and it's important to us to make sure that this project is sustainable. And then the last thing that I wanted to get into is in terms of the amenity spaces that we're proposing. And we know that within the downtown, it's challenging to provide public park space, and it's becoming more and more important to have high quality amenities. So I'll quickly flip through, as I know I'm running out of time here, some of the images of the type of amenity space that this developer provides. And I'll pause on this one in particular, which is showing what we're incorporating in more and more projects, which is family centers for people with young children, as well as spaces that appeal to teens in the project, and really ensuring there's amenity for all areas, and hope you can indulge me in a couple more minutes, sorry. What we're finding in Station Park is, while it is 1- and 2-bedroom units, there's a large number of families living in that development, and what we're able to do is really test the amenities that we've been providing in Station Park to see what's been popular, what's being really well used, and then incorporating those into future projects that Vanmar is involved in. So we are really excited about having really robust space for the residents, knowing that with smaller units, you need to have that space elsewhere in the project, and appealing to not just one demographic of people. So thank you for giving me the extra minute, and thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And of course, I'm sure you'll be presenting again on the November meeting. Okay, and at that point, there would be more questions. Thank you very much. And so do we need to take a vote on the referral, or? No? Yes, okay. So as to staff suggestion, this item is being referred to the November 6th meeting. With that, all those in favor, opposed, and that carries. Okay, can I get a mover to adjourn? Councillor Chapman, who happily moves. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, the referral was moved by Councillor Davey, by the way. Yeah.